Thank you, may be seated. The question is now on the approval of the agenda. Are there any amendments, Superintendent?
Yes, ma'am. Tonight we share there are two amendments to tonight's agenda. First, we'd like to add items 12.1, which is Project Lead the Way grant acceptance. Item 12.2, which is a donation to the Smith Foundation for Cordova High School. We'll remove item number 11.22 for further review. That's the Fraser Morning Elementary item, and item 11.36, which was City University denial application. Madam Chair, we'd also like to add a non-business item to the agenda for discussion. It doesn't require board action, and that's just a presentation of the financial report.
Any other amendments to the agenda? Is there a motion for approval of the agenda and second?
Motion.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner McKenzie. Aye. Commissioner Garcia.
Aye.
Commissioner Porter.
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Love.
Aye.
Commissioner McKinney.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Shea. Commissioner Williams. Board Chair Coleman.
Aye.
We have 9 in the affirmative.
Thank you, the agenda is approved. We are now on to public comment. In accordance with state statute, the board shall reserve a period of public comment during business and special call meetings. Only those members of the public who submit public comment cards to the board chair prior to the commencement of this meeting shall be permitted to address the board. Public comments shall be taken in the order in which the public comment cards are received. A sign-up sheet for public comment will be provided 30 minutes prior to each applicable meeting and will be closed at the start of the meeting. This sign-up sheet is located at the entryway table, just past the security checkpoint. Speakers must state their name, organization he or she is representing, if any, and subject of their comment before they are permitted to speak. Speakers may offer objective comments about school operations and programs that concern them. Speakers are asked to refrain from using names of personnel or names of persons connected with the school system, particularly when lodging a complaint. Speakers will not be permitted to engage in gossip, make defamatory comments, or use abusive or vulgar language. The chairman shall have the authority to terminate the remarks of any individual who is disruptive and does not adhere to board rules. Dr. Schultz will announce the number of speakers and time allotted per speaker.
This evening, we have 25 speakers and 1 minute each.
Your time is projected on the screen to your right and directly behind the board. When you hear a bell, your time has expired. First 3 speakers tonight: Jay Worth, Cassio Montez, and Latasha, I'm sorry. Greetings, I do apologize if I said the last name wrong, for Ms. Latasha.
Are we ready? My name is Jay Worth. I represent Goalkeeper.
Hold on 1 second, the line is not on.
Can you hear me now? Y'all got it?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Jay Worth. I represent Goalkeeper Productions, or GKP. I came here tonight on this last push.
Mr. Worth.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, we'll let your time start back. Can you give your address, please?
Okay, I'm sorry, 3164 Bayview Drive.
Thank you.
All right, I came here tonight more so not to worry about the convincing of the board anymore, because I think it's foreseen now that there is no convincing certain individuals on the board. So I'd rather use my minute to take this time to say, Dr. Feagins, thank you. Thank you for your integrity. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your tolerance. Thank you for your professionalism. Because what has happened now is your intelligence and your integrity has illuminated and irritated a lot of personal agendas up here. You hit the ground running. You care about our children. And unfortunately, there are a few people who have put on Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles glasses and turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to the things that you meant to do and the things that you are doing here. We salute you. Regardless to what happens tonight, they won't be able to say that we didn't fight, even if we don't win the battle. And we stand with you, Dr. Feagins. Thank you.
Y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
Cassio Montez, I'm a community activist. A lot of y'all might know me, a lot of y'all might not, but tonight y'all will. First off,
So your address, Mr. Martin.
503 North 5th Street. So first off, it's individuals on this board that I'm appalled. First of all, you got individuals over the internet talking about kiss the cat, but you're a board member. You got individuals such as Ms. Love, who has a child that was in trouble. We stood in consolidation with you every single time with the community.
Let me stop you. You cannot lodge complaints using people's names.
I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. No problem.
So y'all stopped it at 43. I'm at 39. I pay attention. But as I was speaking, when they go back to 43, I continue. So as I was saying, we stood in consolidation with certain individuals when they was going through things in the community. This lady has came here in 8 months. She's done more than anybody else who y'all spend numerous amounts of thousands of dollars with their superintendents. Let this lady do her job. It sounds like it's personal, it's looking like it's personal, but I'm not a judgmental character person. So with that being said, I want to see who's gonna vote no. If y'all don't know what community actors stand for, when Cassio Montez said, I'm gonna pull up at your house, I'm gonna have 200 people with me, and we're gonna protest your house. I'm gonna make it just as uncomfortable, just like y'all doing this lady for no apparent reason, because the grounds that y'all having, y'all don't even have no ground to stand on. Now we're gonna stand on business about Ms. Feagins. I don't need no whole minute. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day and a better night. Pulling up straight to your house.
Good evening. My name is Tasha Greaves. My address is 1095 Bama. My thing is, I watched one of you all board members sit up there and give us a stellar performance on how one of you all's principal was wanted to commit suicide. So I want to know, who did that board member report that to? That's what I want to know. And then I also want to request that the feds come in and investigate this board, because the county commissioners is backpedaling money into another board member's nonprofit organization. And then I also want, Iris Lewis want another board member to return all their wigs and their makeup palettes. Have a nice day.
Church.
Marcus Randolph, Charlie Nelson, Norman Nordstrom.
Marcus Randolph, 2797 East Hickory Bluff. I think that we've done just about everything we can do peacefully. We've come here to the school board. We begged and pleaded with the board. We went to the county commissioners. We've been to Nashville. We've talked in private. A lot of y'all sitting up there right now, us activists here, have stood with you even in your trials and tribulations. And we see that you won't even stand by us. You will not listen to the public. You don't care about the children. This personal thing, because we saw a high schooler understand that this is personal. This is about our babies. I'm so tired of Memphis taking 2 steps forward and 10 steps back. I can't even count how many times I've done it. Ain't no more talking. Do what y'all gonna do. Evidently, you've already made your decision, and 7 of y'all need to be removed. And we will do so. The new ones, political suicide.
How you doing tonight? My name is Charlie Nelson, 1228 Cordova 38. But I don't want to get into that. You know my address. But yeah, I come here tonight to talk. I filed a lawsuit because of discrimination. Applied for plenty jobs. I reached out to you, Superintendent. I called you. I emailed you. You said transparency. You hadn't been there with me. I left the lawsuit at your office with your staff. Nobody got back with me. So what I supposed to, I was defending you with the new board member, older man, and you didn't do anything with the lawsuit. So you didn't try to help me enough. So I think, you know, we need a new superintendent that will come in and help everybody's jobs. Not the people that lost their jobs, also help the people that are trying to apply for jobs. Teachers that apply for jobs, not getting interviewed, including myself. It is not right. And you know I reached out to you. I called your number 416-5544. And I never got no response. So I'm not for you tonight. I think they need to vote for somebody else because I filed a federal lawsuit. You didn't try to meet me at all and say, Mr. Nelson, sit down and talk. You didn't do nothing. So my thing is let the board do what they do. You have a good day. God bless you.
Hi y'all, I'm Noah Nordstrom at 6220 Forest Grove Drive. I'm a Spanish teacher at MSCS. And what's happening tonight is a profound tragedy. Less than a year ago, Dr. Feagins was hired to lead MSCS, one of the most struggling school districts, not only in our state, but our country. And to the delight of many, she hit the ground running, cutting waste and demanding a level of excellence that this board clearly isn't used to. But you know what they say, that no good deed goes unpunished. Here we are less than a year later, fighting to keep her as our leader. And what brought us to this point is frankly shameful. We all know who's behind this agenda. We know that the same PR firm that represents this board also represents the former Superintendent Dr. Joris Ray. And it's shameful to hear that the former board chair who was voted out of office is bragging about how she still has 5 votes on this board. That is wrong. To give the control of our district back to the superintendent who staffs central office with his mistresses, to give it back to the board chair who was voted out, who thinks teachers are lazy. Do the right thing. The community doesn't want this. Please do the right thing and keep Dr. Feagins.
Yes. Janetta Stokes, Liz Marable, Reverend Kenneth Waylo.
Danette, I'm sorry, y'all ready? Okay. Dr. Danette Stokes, 6263 Poplar Avenue, Suite 1001, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119. Good evening. I stand before you as an educator and alongside other educators of Memphis-Shelby County Schools who overwhelmingly voted yes for collaborative conferencing and yes for UEA, TEA, NEA to represent them at the table for collaborative conferencing to negotiate an MOU with better salaries, working conditions, insurance benefits, bereavement days, and fringe benefits. It is with great concern that I bring to your attention the actions of a school board member and his wife who have actively obstructing our dedicated teachers from negotiating their much-needed amended MOU/their contract with the district. This not only undermines the teachers' rights to fair representation, but also jeopardizes the quality of education our children deserve. The UEA worked diligently to ensure teachers and teacher types had a voice at the table. The election process was done with transparency and integrity. UEA's leadership planned for this election 2 years because we knew the MOU was ending. We organized and we won, fair and square. We're asking this board to ensure that the school board member does not interfere with the process for collaborative conferencing so that we can start training next week. Thank you.
You ready, Ms. Marable? I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's some people. Liz Marable, 6263 Poplar Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119. As president of the largest local, the United Education Association, it is important that we continue to bring to the forefront the real problems before us. I have heard nothing regarding collaborative conferencing, where educators continue to have a voice in decisions that pertain to their salary, insurance, benefits, grievances, and working conditions. It is budget season. We should be negotiating our salary for the upcoming year. The United Education Association did our part by garnering 61% of the overall teacher vote. It is the will of the teachers to continue collaborative conferencing with the district. We are asking that you stop the delay as the month of January is almost over. According to our MOU, we should be in collaborative conferencing now. We had a fair and equitable election, and the teachers have spoken. President Napper and I were on all communication regarding this PECA election, and we agreed on everything. We are asking that you honor the results of the vote so we can proceed with collaborative conferencing. The superintendent has named the district team, and we have named our teams. We want to collaborative conference now.
Let's call worship. Kenneth T. Whalum Jr., 10,000 Woodland Hills Drive. Who's paying the fees for outside legal counsel and PR firms? Is it us taxpayers or some other entity or individual? If it's an outside entity, why are they paying those fees? What strings are attached? Assuming the accusations you've made against the superintendent publicly are true, why haven't you taken progressive disciplinary action against her publicly? My suggestion, give Dr. Feagins and our school administrators and educators 365 days from graduation day 2025 as a baseline for graduation rates, dropout rates, and literacy rates. If they have not improved across the board by graduation day 2026, then fire the superintendent and resign yourselves. Our public schools have been in a tailspin since the MCS charter was surrendered nearly 15 years ago. Ironically, at least two of the people responsible for proposing the surrender of the charter are advising you, sometimes in a paid capacity, on what action you should take as a board. Why? I have sat where you are sitting, literally. I know what it feels like to be under that pressure. Don't give in. I have never met Dr. Feagins, but I have been the subject of a very public, very highly financed, very highly organized effort to assassinate my character and fire me at the same time. They failed, and you will fail. God's will.
Good evening, I am Judy Jackson. Good evening, I am Judy Jackson Brown, 5672 Tulip Hill Drive, and I am a retired teacher of 31 years and a substitute teacher now. Success takes time. What the said allegations for a firing may seem right, but in the end, it's just going to result in so many unforeseen problems for the district, and especially for our students with their emotional health and their mental health. These children, it's like going through a divorce. They love and respect Dr. Feagins. Do unto others as you will have them do unto you. It takes patience, commitment, compromise, and mutual respect and time. When you're in a committed marriage, you don't just divorce because you had a disagreement, now do you? No, you stand to the side, you work it out, you talk it out, and then you come to an agreement, and then your one-year marriage is now 30 years. We're just asking as citizens that you would give it time like you do in your relationships, your successful relationships. Go with Garcia's compromise of resolution because success takes time.
Dr. Record, he rubbing on me.
Hello everyone. I'm a little awkward, I feel a little nervous. My name is Kiera, my last name is McGee. I'm an advocate. I'm from Memphis. My address is 190 Caldwell Avenue. I'm ready to start. I realize why I'm here today. I see a lot of miseducation, and you are destroying children who are deaf and unable to hear. You're trying to force deaf children to learn to lip read. They're not learning how to sign, and as a parent, I struggle with that. Dr. Feagins maybe doesn't realize that it's a waste of money. There's not enough support for deaf education, deaf culture. This is your chance. I believe in you, Dr. Feagins, that you will be successful in your role and your future. But I am asking that you please think about programs that will support the disabled and all who parents. There's a lot of lawsuits, there's a lot of suing, things with insurance, because I'm trying to get what my children need. Thank you.
Mark Thomas, McKenzie Ward, Representative Pearson.
You must didn't understand that.
My name is Mark Thomas.
Don't touch me. I leave. Don't touch me. I'm gonna give your ass a big. Don't touch me. You are y'all. Now stand on it.
Y'all, what do you do?
What I always do. What they mad about, I'm gonna stand on business about these kids.
Y'all,
You touch me. You gonna hand one of your old ass. Whoop your ass. Now stand on it. You ain't gotta leave me there work. Sit down and go to the show, bro. I swear to God, they better not touch me. It's a problem. Y'all were mad when I came through the front door, because y'all know I'm gonna stand on business. And I'm coming to y'all house. Whoever gonna know. 200 people. I ain't. Now stand on it.
I do apologize for the disruption.
My name is Mark Thomas.
Hold on, there might not be a testimony. Thank you.
My name is Mark Thomas. My address is Austin P. Highway. Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Mark Thomas, and I'm a proud third grader at GTW. I'm here to share why it's so important for you to approve the renewal recommendation for our school. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, quote, "The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically." At GTW Charter School, this is exactly what our teachers do for us every day. At GTW, we're not just taught facts, we're taught how to think deeply and solve problems. Our teachers inspire us to believe in ourselves and to try our very best, and to know that failure is not an option. They remind us that skills that we learn today, especially reading and understanding what we read, will shape our futures. Please approve the renewal recommendation for Granville T. Woods Academy of Innovation Charter School, so that students like me and the ones who come after me can continue to grow, learn, and lead. Thank you for listening and supporting the future of leaders of tomorrow.
My name is Mackenzie Ward. My address is Austin P. Highway. Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Mackenzie Ward, and I'm a proud third grader at GTW Charter School. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak about why it's so important to renew our school's charter. At GTW, our teachers inspire us every day to do our best and remind us that failure is not an option. They tell us that the skills we're learning now, like reading and understanding what we read, are the foundation for our future. As a third grader, I know how important it is to be a strong reader. A reader is a leader, and I intend to be a leader one day. Please approve the renewal recommendation for GTW Charter School so more students like me can keep learning, growing, and preparing to become the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for listening and supporting our school and our future.
I'm Tennessee State Representative Justin J. Pearson, 40 South 4th Street, 3103. Look, I'm here because I am supporting 100,000 kids. I'm here because I'm supporting the future of our district. I'm ensuring that young kids who grow up wanting to be a superintendent and to do things in our school district might see somebody like themselves who's educated, who's well prepared, who's well equipped, and be treated with respect and dignity. And that has not happened here. This has been an unfair and an immoral process. I lost my job to something similar to this, a kangaroo court of people who had personal agendas but did not have a true plan or proposal that they wanted to put forward in front of the public. This is wrong. You might think that your reasons are right or self-righteous, but this is wrong. Because this ain't how you do things. And this ain't how you treat people. And we all know better. More allegations come every meeting. More new information comes every meeting. This is not how you govern. And when you operate in this way, it leads to other people in other positions of power, like state legislators, to do things to strip away the power of our community. Your actions have repercussions, and the way that you have went about doing this to this woman who is leading this district has done nothing but send a signal that we don't know how to self-govern. I fought, alongside a lot of these people, 2 multi-billion-dollar corporations to, thank you, Chairwoman, to stop a billion-dollar corporation from building a pipeline through this community. And do you know the 2 people that they hired? Ms. Deidre Malone and Robert Spence. The same people that this board has hired to continue this unjust inaction. I'm almost done. Superintendent Feagins is going to land on her heels somewhere in a district that respects her and that sees the value of what she has done. But we will face the repercussions of the unjust actions. But somebody wrote, truth crushed to earth will rise again.
Thank you.
And you all need to know that this community will continue to rise and stand up. Oh, don't do that. Thank you. Don't do that. Don't do that. Thank you. Thank you. I got you. Okay, you gotta step back. You got to step back. I'm telling you though. You got to step back. Look, I'm gonna put the mic down. I'll put the mic down. You touching me now. You touching me now. I'm fine. Look, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Listen, this is not some authoritarian dictatorship. This is a democracy. The chairwoman has already told me that I'm over time. Y'all are not the Gestapo. So look, I got it. I understand. This ain't my first time being here. But step back. I really do need you officers to step back. This is a democracy. I ain't got no gun, I ain't got no knife, I ain't about to kill nobody, I ain't about to do none of that. Don't treat me like that. And don't treat none of these people like that. Step back, Auntie. Step back. And I'll put the mic down so somebody else can continue speaking. But y'all go ahead and step back. Ain't no threat to nobody, ain't hit nobody, ain't said nothing like that. This is a democracy, whether people want to act like it or not. So don't treat anybody, including me, this way. But go ahead, step back. You're welcome. And once you step back, I'm going to step away. You see how that worked? Okay. Thank you, Chairwoman and board members, and thank you, Superintendent Dr. Feagins. Yep.
Y'all saw that. We gotta get these people out to see. They don't even speak out.
Carmen Flynn. Pastor T.R. Martin.
Well, I want to make sure I'm heard. Let me start off by saying, I looked up the name Michelle, and it means kind like God. I looked up the name Feagin, and it meant ardent one. It means enthusiastic, passionate. What got me up to come here was when I saw those children dancing with her, the passion that she had with the children. Is this about the children or our personal agenda? Our children looked at her with hope, something I never saw our superintendent when I was in school. I can't even tell you his or her name. I can't even tell you where they were from. But if it took the board 2 years to get it right and you're telling me now you got it wrong, so that means you're incompetent.
Good evening. Cheryl Piggy Christ, 856 Faxon Avenue, District 1. Thank you for offering yourself for public service. I do understand that this is a tedious job, and I thank you for stepping up. However, it appears that the work you represent is not reflective of the work that we hired you to do. Your decisions are to be reflective of the public that you serve. If you're not communicating with the public, us, about your decisions, then you are making decisions on your behalf. We do realize that some decisions will not be favorable. However, even the teeth and tongue fall out. We, the public, is spending an enormous amount of unnecessary money, our money, for a superintendent for our school system. And yet, Johnny still can't read.
Good evening, board. I apologize. There was holding me up outside. I could not get in. My name is Carmen Flynn. I live at 6939 Blue Sky Cove, Memphis 38133. As a community member, a former educator, a former business owner in the community, I'm here to say I support Dr. Feagins. But with that being said, I want us all to reflect that she is human just like we are. We all make mistakes. Is Dr. Feagins perfect? Absolutely not. But I think we should consider the positive that she has done in uniting this community, not only the students, the teachers, but even across racial lines. I'm born and bred Memphis. This is a long time coming for the 901. I ask that we look at it in light of her accomplishments of Hello Neighbor, involving the students through legacy learners. From what I'm understanding from various schools, attendance has been on the increase because of Come and Win. So I'm here to say, give her the same grace that you would want.
Mary Webb, Interim, Control.
Mary Webb, Mallory Heights area that I represent, address 160 South Hollywood. I am a retired Sergeant MPD. I did 32 years of service, came over here. I am one of the school resource officers. Thank you, Dr. Feagins, for everything that you've done. I've been in some of the schools when she came through, and she taught the whole day without breaking, going outside with the kids, interacting with the kids, having lunch with the kids, doing everything. When I walk in my neighborhood and I see a child that usually don't speak to an officer but turn around and want to know how his superintendent is doing, what's going to happen, and I tell him, and I tell the rest of them, pray. Like your grandmother told you, like your mother told you, this is our superintendent. You are wonderful. Miss Wanda Habert, C.J. Davis, Dr. Feagins, y'all are wonderful. Thank you for coming to our city.
I live at 1451 Woodston Road, Memphis, Tennessee 38117, and my name is Erin Idrovo, but my students knew me as Miss Wendell. Students in my 9th grade English class knew that they had to have reasoning, logic, and evidence behind the arguments they made. Students in my classes were more composed and wrote more cohesive arguments than the disparate ones that some board members have tried to string together over the last month. The teachers I supported as a school administrator and now support as a nonprofit district partner know that in order to achieve student outcomes, you must first recruit, develop, and retain excellent teachers and leaders. Dr. Feagins was selected to lead this district after a rigorous interview process with overwhelming student, teacher, and community support. In her short time as superintendent, she has been resolute in making bold choices with student achievement and teachers at the forefront. The community stands behind her, and we are asking you to substitute your initial resolution with Board Member Hewitt Garcia's substitute resolution, which calls for proactive repair on the side of the board and the superintendent to regain focus on the main priority of educating students instead of infighting. Please retain Dr. Feagins.
Austin Dennis, Ashley Hedges, Kevin Durham.
Do I have to introduce myself? I haven't been able to watch these. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Say your name and your address.
Okay.
And the clock will start after you finish saying that.
Great. Ashley Bettis, 864 North Graham Street. Ms. McKinney said something that resonated with me last week. While describing why she supports the immediate termination of Dr. Feagins, she said, in critique of Dr. Feagins, this reactive approach raises serious questions about the superintendent's commitment to data-driven decision-making. I, too, believe leaders should avoid overly reactive approaches that are not data-driven. With that in mind, I made a survey and collected data from teachers, parents, administrators, community members, most of whom are in District 2. It may not represent the gold standard of scientific polling, but it does represent almost 300 respondents, of which over 100 school teachers, most of them in District 2, who were willing to put their name, who were willing to put their name next to their responses. Do you believe Dr. Feagins should be fired was one of the questions, and do you trust Board Member McKinney was the other question. Of the 282 respondents, 280 said no, Dr. Feagins should not be fired.
Thank you.
Don't worry, my husband's coming next.
Austin Bettis, 864 North Graham. Of the 282 respondents, 280 said no, Dr. Feagins should not be fired.
Mr. Bailey, you cannot call people's names. Okay? Say superintendent, you can't call the name.
Oh, excuse me. Of the 280 respondents, 280 said no, the superintendent should not be fired. Only 5% said they trusted Board Member McKinney. I didn't say her name. We have many added additional thoughts with written comments. Some of those comments will be read tonight if there's time. We ask earnestly if you would consider the thought that a vote to immediately terminate the superintendent might be actually an example of a hasty decision not supported or driven by data. I'd also like you to ask if you would like a copy of this data. Expected that. Any over here on the right side?
You can bring it and give it right here to her. She'll give it to her.
We'd be happy to.
You can bring it, Ms. Pettis, and give it to her right here.
May I finish this last 5 seconds since it was interrupted a couple times?
Just say it.
Thank you. One more quote that we agree with from one board member is, as elected school board members, we carry a heightened responsibility to our students, parents, teachers, school leaders, staff, superintendent, and the larger community. We ask that you consider your role tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Durham? Kevin Durham? He's in Oakland. Julia Horowitz?
I'm Julia Hurwitz at 1843 Hunters Hill Drive. I came tonight to ask that we please keep Dr. Feagins. We need her, Memphis needs her, the students need her. I know it's hard to listen. I often have trouble listening too when I'm trying to make a point. I recommend we bring in a communications expert to remind us all how to listen. And I recommend we postpone big decisions like this until that has happened. I know the students go to school every day and they listen every single day. I think we can too. Thank you.
Michael Pleasant?
Hi. My name is Mike Pleasance. I live at 767 Hawthorne Street, and I'm a teacher at Manassas High School. I came down here for the December 17th meeting, and I was confused at just trying to figure out what was going on with the complaint against Dr. Feagins. I just heard a lot of things that sounded like things I've heard every year, like every superintendent has had those kind of problems. The one that really caught me, though, was Board Member Ote mentioning that we haven't replaced... I'm sorry. The one that caught me was that the head of social studies has not been replaced yet. I've taught social studies my whole career, and we always get last pick. You know, we always have to wait. I don't even know what a new head would do because he's not going to get any budget. And I just don't understand, like it doesn't seem like the information that is coming across is what's actually happening. And just where I can speak, where I know, I don't understand, like, why these complaints are only coming with one set of context. And I hope that we're going to listen to the context of all the people who keep coming here to try and offer. Thank you.
Kevin Durham come in.
Hey, I'm Kevin Durham, 291 West Levi Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. I was just come to say, I've never been in one of these rooms or nothing like that, but I'm 100% I fully support of Dr. Feagins. She's done a great job. It's been 8 months. As I hear, the kids been doing good. The teachers and the principals got raises. She's just trying to get all the corruptions out, that's all. Because there's been a lot of it. In the past years, I'm in 100% support Dr. Feagins. Go Dr. Feagins.
Victoria Carpenter.
Latoya Carpenter, 1637 Britton Street. I have 2 questions. I want to know who paying the PR firm, the Deidre Malone, Carter Malone Group, and I want to know who paying outside counsel. Since if it's under $75,000, y'all don't have to bring it before the board, but I think the community need to know who paying this money. Because if the taxpayers paying it, we need to know the amount.
Thank you.
We want to know now.
The question is now for the approval of the minutes from the following meeting. Approval of the minutes of the December 3rd, 2024 business meeting. Approval of the minutes from the November 19th, 2024 work session. Approval of the minutes of the December 17th, 2024 special call meeting. Are there any corrections?
You got a right to know.
There being no corrections, do we have a motion to approve these minutes? Motion. Second. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner McKenzie. Aye. Commissioner Dr. Aye. Commissioner Porter. Aye. Commissioner Murphy. Aye. Commissioner Love. Aye. Commissioner McKinney. Aye. Commissioner O'Kane. Commissioner Williams. Board Chair Collins.
Aye.
We have 9 and no affirmative.
Thank you. The minutes as listed are approved. We are now on to committee reports. 8.1, the board chair's report. Again, we would like to celebrate our very own Rashawn Jenkins, who celebrated his 30th birthday on January 13th. Happy birthday, Rashawn. We would like to wish the one and only Commissioner Staple O'Tate a very happy birthday this Thursday.
birthday fun from Chuck E. Cheese. Oh, she wrong. Happy birthday to Commissioner O'Tate. It is a pleasure working with you. I look forward to the next 4 years. We gonna come down. What? Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sable. Happy birthday to you. And many more. We already sang it.
Special recognition. Vice Chair Love would like to recognize Mr. Mario Bradley for his work in the Ridge Grove community. Mr. Bradley. Come on up, Mr. Bradley. I got one. That's my home. Roll. Celebrate Mario Bradley. He has the way through comedy. Now we're telling you the way through. Roll. You know it. Don't let them fool you, though, bro. Don't let them fool you, Doc. Returning to build a car, a turkey giveaway, and so much more. Mario Bradley, who goes by the stage name, World Hero, walked the street, daydreaming of a way out.
It makes me so bad over here. I used to walk around till I ever got some money, like, I want to shine.
You did that, bro.
Using his own money, Bradley began pouring back into the community that molded him. First, by purchasing a rundown home.
I can shine all this wood right here. Yeah. Shine like all the wood.
And renovating it 7 years ago.
Everything that I did, I want to shine. It was just, I had money, and I didn't care. I was just like, I'm going to buy this house. I'm just not saying rent free.
That one home became 12.
It's basically how me and home, she put the lights on.
With Bradley making it his mission to beautify the neighborhood. 2 years ago, Bradley turned this makeshift park into a safe haven for kids. It is outfitted with a playground and
really glad that he put it there. He put me in this position to become a better person.
And he has more plans.
I'm going to build up 9 lots. I'm going to buy the store there around the corner. I just start like 8 acres. I'm going to build an outreach center.
Don't let them fool you, bro. Respect. We love you, bro. We love you, brother. Bro. Don't get fooled now. Don't let them fool you, bro. Y'all leave him out now.
Roundabout again.
I'm telling you when you get back here, watch. Okay, y'all back, come on. Now come on so I can tell you the real stuff.
Next year, I would like to recognize Raleigh Egypt High School track and field. The coaching staff is being recognized for their prompt response and unwavering support and leadership during a trying time. When one of their student athletes collapsed during track practice and passed away. Cornelius Perry was a 15-year-old student at Raleigh Egypt High School and an exemplary student with a 3.2 GPA and recently crowned football homecoming prince in his 10th grade class. Perry played football and baseball and wanted to run track. Let's keep his family now, please. On January 18, 2025, Co-Chair Natalie McKinley of the Policy, Governance, and Legislative Board Committee, and I had the opportunity to meet with Chair Mark White of the House Education Committee to discuss critical pathways to provide our education system forward, to move our education system forward. During our discussion, we focused on what Representative White identified as some of the district's most urgent educational priorities, including but not limited to reading and math proficiency, teacher shortages, career and technical. Oh, I'm sorry. I do apologize. The coaches from Raleigh, Egypt are here with us. Come on in. I'm sorry. I do apologize. I'm going to read this one again. On January 18, 2025, Co-Chair Natalie McKinley of the Policy, Governance, and Legislative Board Committee, and I had the opportunity to meet with Chair Mark White of the House Education Committee to discuss critical pathways to move our education system forward. During our discussion, we focused on what Representative White identified as some of the district's most urgent educational priorities, but not limited to reading and math proficiency, teacher shortages, career and technical education, and workforce credentials, and facilities among other pressing concerns. It was clear that we share a common commitment to improving outcomes of our students and communities. We emphasize the importance of building productive relationships, strong partnerships with a broad array of stakeholders. Representative White noticed as being deeply involved invested in addressing these challenges and seizing opportunities to deliver a world-class education system. Moving forward, we look forward to continuing these conversations with Representative White and other state leaders to identify actionable, sustainable solutions. Our aim remains to advance both academic and operational excellence that drives meaningful, measurable, and improvement in student achievement. Thank you. 8.2, Academic Performance Committee meeting. There's no report tonight. 8.3, Budget, Audit, and Finance Committee report.
Yes, thank you. I just want to share a few updates as we get into budget season and share some of how I'm seeking feedback from colleagues and what we have coming ahead of us. Each of you have an updated budget calendar printed in front of you. It is also on board docs, so the committee report for the public who wants to review as well. We may have a few changes coming, but it is very close to final. Co-chair Porter and I are holding one-on-ones on the 23rd, 24th, and 27th to hear ideas or hear questions that we have in preparation for our February 21st budget retreat. I'd also asked, and you should have scheduled soon, Budget 101 refresher, so particularly understanding where all of our revenues come from, all the implications, sort of the workshop that will be preceding that budget retreat. Some of the key dates that are coming up and that are within the calendar is that budget retreat. We'll get an update in early April about the budget. And then our county presentation is at the end of April. The board will see a final budget at the end of May, with shortly after that presenting to the county again. We will have some additional committee time scheduled as policy requires budget, audit, and finance to meet and convene. So we are working to make sure that those are timed with the drafts and coincide with the calendar when input would be optimal. So.
Thank you. Charter Schools Committee report.
Thank you, Chair. We have a meeting coming up on Thursday, and it is listed publicly.
Thank you. 8.5, Community Outreach and Engagement Committee report. No report. 8.6, Evaluation Committee report. There is no report tonight. 8.7, Policy, Governance, and Legislative Committee report.
No report, but I would like the listening public to know the Tennessee General Assembly convened Tuesday. The governor, last week, the governor Lee issued a special call meeting In this meeting, he addressed, legislators will address vouchers, the master relief program, and illegal immigrants. Many of our immigrant families know about what's to come. I spoke to the superintendent this weekend, and I and her and the board expressed our concern. We would like for this measure to address the immigrant students we feel in our district. Additionally, I would like for the district to work with community agents to address these concerns.
Commissioner McKissick.
Thank you, Chair. As a legislative liaison as well through TSBA, I've been also meeting legislators international and had a conversation with our education chair, Representative White, just earlier today, and he asked me to share this with the board. Dear Memphis-Shelby County School Board, and I'll read it in part. As chair of the General Assembly's Council Education Committee, I would like to ask that you refrain from voting to terminate Dr. Fagin's contract this evening. Like me, you have been elected to lead, You have a great opportunity tonight to show the community that you are listening to their concerns. He mentioned that he had meetings with the chair, and that as we move forward, I ask that you focus on things that will truly help our students, such as raising proficiency in math and reading, making sure the science of reading is in every K through 3 classroom, focusing on chronic absenteeism, CTE, and workforce credentials, among other items. He says that I'm committed to supporting our community from the state level, but I need your support tonight to restore confidence in our citizens. Please work with Dr. Feagins and move our MSCS schools to new heights. Thank you.
Thank you. 8.8 procurement committee meeting. Report, I'm sorry.
All items are on the agenda.
Thank you. 8.9 general counsel report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report this evening.
Finance report.
Ms. Knight. Good evening, board members, staff, and listening public. My name is Leslie Knight. I'm the interim business finance officer, and I will present the second quarter financial report ending December 31st, 2024. As of December 31st, overall, the district revenues increased by $30.6 million over last fiscal year. The district recognized $3.1 million increase in local sources. This is primarily due to investment income. A $1.7 million decrease in Shelby County, which is related to property and sales tax. A $30.7 million increase from the state of Tennessee, which is due to Tennessee investment in machine funds. And $1.5 million decrease from federal sources, which is primarily related to indirect costs. Expenditures decreased $9.4 million over last fiscal year. Some of the most notable variances are professional services decreased by $242,000 due to timing of payments of invoices. Property maintenance services decreased by $1.5 million due to the timing of animated phone service payments in fiscal year 2025. Supplies and materials decreased by $15.3 million due to the purchase of textbooks in prior fiscal year. Local travel decreased by $66,000 due to staff reorganization. Capital outlay increased by $177,000 due to the purchase of security equipment and student computers for Fairleigh High School. Other charges increased $979,000 due to the rising cost of insurance. Other projects and debt decreased $3.3 million due to a software review due to a realignment of resources. Charter school increased by $14.6 million due to the allocation of hours to the charter schools. Thank you. December 31st, 2024 financial.
Any questions for them? We're now on to the superintendent's report. Superintendent Feagins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. We'll begin this evening with our normal monthly updates. We will start with our next level readiness metrics. And so as we think about data, overall, we're pleased about where we are at mid-year, if you will. And so the first on the list is teacher vacancies. The percentage of teacher positions currently vacant has decreased by 0.4 percentage points, while the overall number of teacher positions increased by 314, meaning we have decreased our vacancies while still having to post more positions. The percentage of educators holding teaching permits and unlicensed or limited license has decreased by 1.9 percentage points. Our current enrollment has increased by 519 overall, with the bulk of that coming out of our charter schools with 1,499 students. Our pre-K enrollment has increased by 174 students for all schools, mostly at our non-charter schools by 59. Our absence rate. Hello to our students. The student absence rate is 1.1 percentage points lower than the end of year 2024 for all schools. Chronic absenteeism, we're pleased with our work in this area as well. The percentage of currently enrolled students who are projected to be chronically absent is 7.1 percentage points lower than the end of the year last year. So look at current enrollment overall. Elementary enrollment is down by 965. The charter saw an increase of 580 students. At our absence rate, charters have decreased their absence rate by 2 percentage points. Non-charter absence rate for K-5 is down 1.3 percentage points. Our chronic absenteeism, this is projected, is down 8.7 points for currently enrolled students compared to the end of the year 23-24. In 6 through 8, our current enrollment has increased by 449 students. Our absence rate, our middle grade students have shown a decrease in absence rates with 6.5% of our middle schoolers not attending daily. That's down 8% in comparison to the end of last year. Our chronic absenteeism, the percentage of currently enrolled students projected to be chronically absent, is 8.5 percentage points down from the end of the year last year as well. Our pre-ACT, now this is a new assessment for the district. The student's predicted composite is given to us as a range, and so the predicted ACT composite is the average of the bounds of this range, and it created the variable predicted ACT composite. Off track is anything less than a 21 score, and then on track is anything greater than a score of 21. And so our pre-ACT, which allows us to predict where students might perform in high school, it also allows us to provide greater resources and support necessary at an earlier age. And so grateful to the team for getting this implemented this year and placing us on track and more alignment with the ACT given. 86.7% of our non-charter 8th graders are off track to score 21 on the ACT. This is a new assessment. It's based on predicted scores, and so you can see we have a lot of work to do. In grades 9 through 12, the current enrollment in both charter and non-charter schools increased. Non-charters by 848 students, our charter schools by 187 students. The student absence rate remained at 9.6% of students absent daily. This mirrors the end-of-year absence rate for high school at the end of last year. Chronic absenteeism, 29.9% of currently enrolled students at all schools are projected to be chronically absent. This is down about 3.6% in comparison to last year. As we look at graduation on track and off track rate, we don't have that just yet, but as an estimate, 17.8% of non-charter 9 through 11 graders are currently off track for graduation. This is simply based on the number of credits that they've earned so far. This does not include semester 1 grades, which will be stored, which were just stored. Graduation on track, off track for grade 12. 29.8% of our non-charter 12th grade students are off track for graduation based on credits earned and ACT participation. Again, this does not include semester 1 just yet, as this data was pulled before grades were scored. Pre-ACT 8-9, grade 9, 88.3% of grade 9 students are off track to score 21 or higher on the ACT. Pre-ACT 10, 86.7% of our grade 10 students in non-charter schools are not on track to score a 21 or higher on the ACT. As promised to the board, we are operating under Destination 2025. We're still tracking it, and what was introduced as Reimagining 901, that's the initiative of 2021. And so that was the strategic plan adopted in 2018. This plan focused on ensuring students achieve academic and emotional success and had 5 priorities. Those 5 priorities you can see on the screen. I'll share them as we give the update as we know it right now. So the third grade reading proficiency, the district has not achieved the goal of 90% of third graders being on grade level in reading. We're currently at 27.5%. While the district achieved its highest on-time graduation rate in recent years in 2024 at 83.4%, the district was 6.6 percentage points below the target of 90%. The district fell 38.8 percentage points short of the target of 100% of post-secondary enrollment for college and career-ready graduates. 22.8% of grades 3 through 12 students demonstrated proficiency on the TN Ready assessments taken in 23-24, which is 37.2 percentage points below the target. 59.9% of school-aged children in Shelby County were enrolled in the district in the fall of 2023, which fell short of the goal by 9.1 percentage points. In 2021, the last year of available data, 87% of surveyed staff and community agreed that the then superintendent and the central office were on track to improve student achievement. Under Reimagining 901, building on the Destination 2025 strategic plan, this plan or initiative addressed educational gaps, enhanced community engagement, prepares students for a global future. Progress was driven by 3 cornerstones, and that's reimagining education, strengthening early K-2 and continuing literacy through 12, recruit, retain, immerse, and entrench, and then relevant, rigorous, and equitable academics. The district achieved an 83.4% graduation rate this year, outpacing the target by 1.4%. The 2023 cohort at 36.6% achieved ready graduate status. That's 1.1 percentage points below the interim target. In 2024, 26.7% of grades 3 through 5 demonstrated proficiency on the TCAP ELA assessment, falling short of the target by 13.3 percentage points. Math proficiency rates were 26.1 percentage points below the 2024 target, with 23.9% of grades 3 through 5 students achieving proficiency. Our facilities update, we continue to post this online under our project field and provide this weekly. As to our board members, we're down. We had some well over 9,000 work orders, I believe, when we first started with this. We're just over about 5,700. The team is still cleaning up the work orders, but certainly a lot of work is being done. And this is with the addition of several hundred as we shift and transition through seasons with our HVAC systems continuing to pose the greatest number of challenges for us. I wanted to provide an update on our real estate plan that we introduced December 4th. Overall, the sale of the former Knight Road and Lester schools, we discussed it last week at board work session. The contracts are being developed and the items will be on the February business meeting for vote. We fielded calls for interest in Florida Kansas Elementary, that's one call for Hamilton Elementary, 2 calls for Magnolia Elementary with 1 tour that was completed of the building, and then 1 call for the vacant land in the Pisgah area. Appraisals have been received for Northwest Prep at $4 million and Wooddale Middle School, which is operated by the Achievement School District, at $3.18 million. And we did add the former Bayer building at 3030 Jackson to the available list to gauge interest in the property. Madam Chair, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent. Commissioner McKinney, Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Superintendent. Can you make sure I'm reading this right on next level readiness metrics K through 12? We have the current enrollment. It's over 9 charter schools, which will be our traditional schools. We're down. You're saying we're down 1,500?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts around that?
In terms of the decline in enrollment?
Yes.
Not at our non-charter schools?
Yes.
So, I mean, across the district, Mr. White, are we seeing anything specific? I know we look at this daily in terms of our trends and patterns and anything.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. I'm not seeing anything specific. It's definitely something that needs a little more investigation as to why these enrollment trends occur.
Commissioner Porter.
Hey, Madam Superintendent. What grade will our schools start preparing for the ACT? When in our schools?
ACT preparation, thank you for the question, board member Porter. ACT preparation is throughout, just the trajectory of the educational experience. What we see in grade 3 in tell us a lot about how a student will perform in their middle grades and certainly by 8th grade. We know the types of courses that they've taken, the type of exposure that they've taken in terms of rigor, but also the depth of learning. We measure where a teacher lands in terms of the curriculum and the scope and sequence and just how far they get into the materials. But certainly implementing this pre-ACT allows us to get a better handle on how our students will perform when they sit for the exam in grade 9, 10, and 11. 11 when it counts in terms of the state.
So you are able to start preparing for ACT in ninth grade, like a lot of schools?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, because just looking at these scores, I think on average in Memphis alone was 16%, and it was, but it's quite disheartening that our children are not just ACT, but it seems like they're not being fully prepared for all of this. And so I just want to really see this, since I'm just on the focus on ACT right now, how can we just really hone in on resources, rather more ACT per classes. And I know it's an issue, but it seems like it's not strong enough, it's not working. So I'm just really trying to figure out what's the disconnect between the study time and them taking the test.
Yeah, so I appreciate the deeper question. When we think about preparation for any exam, any type of prep is really reactive. It is not a proactive approach, right? So we really just drill and heal, for lack of better words. What the best preparation is strong instruction, a quality curriculum. So when the results, when the curriculum audit comes, we see teachers and staff have looked at a lot of opportunities and gaps in terms of choosing a curriculum and sticking with it.
Yes,
that is
right.
research-based and is supported. The time that is necessary to understand the curriculum, and then certainly the supplemental materials that are necessary to support it. And so it also goes along with scheduling. We get more of our students able to take Algebra 1 in 8th grade, just really rolling back some of the opportunities and access to our advanced classes. That stands to support a student better as well. And so it's really about scheduling, curriculum, preparation, more than ACT prep classes that are taken during your high school years.
Okay. I definitely love to advocate for more resources for ACT prep, whether it's before school or after school.
Commissioner Love. Madam Superintendent, I have a question about ACT prep. A couple of years ago, I donated funds to a school in Nathan's district for the ACT prep in middle school. You have some thoughts about that?
About results from that or rolling back in
prep in middle school instead of high school?
Oh, absolutely. And certainly as a companion to our courses, the earlier you offer the access and the exposure, the better. It's equivalent to tutoring. So for any class that you have that offering, and certainly taking a look at it just that way is the best way to do it. I think that if it's not called ACT, it's certainly double blocking for our students when they take a math class, just double blocking and allow them additional time in those respective content areas.
Question. Attendance rates have went up. What do you give that to?
What would I attribute the attendance rates increasing? I think, we rolled out Come to Win. I shared that I believe that would be one initiative that we'd be able to hang our hats on. That was something that students can get excited about. I believe that we provided a clear on day 20, day 40, if you're here, this is where you are in terms of being a champion and participant. Being able to track and monitor that, getting our partners involved with celebrating that as well throughout the year. I think that's what our students have shared that have encouraged them, and then they have forced their parents, if you will, to have them on time as well, those who are transported by their parents. But a general excitement about what it means to respectfully make school cool again and fall in love with the joy of learning.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Hewitt Garcia, Commissioner McKissick, and then Commissioner McKinney.
Commissioner. On the Destination 2025 chart, where it says the target for reading proficiency 90%, are these aligned to the TISA accountability report metrics, or it feels different than what I'm looking at?
So these were not aligned. I think the TISA accountability metrics were just developed in 2023. It was just last year or 2023, Mr. Ryan? I know they're just fresh.
Yes, Superintendent, the first school year for the TISA accountability metrics is 23-24. So these definitely predate. They predate not only the TISA accountability, but the TISA itself.
And we talked about literacy investments and the foundational resources. 90%, I don't think you mentioned in 2020, looking at the current rate, and the most aggressive literacy growth imaginable, 90%. I don't know that we have that there. So I think as we work to set our new strategic plan of priorities, thinking about what is ambitious and feasible, thinking about what are the resources we could invest and double down on. So literacy is the foundation. If it's not 90%, that's not an indication of our belief in our children, but it is the amount of resources we need are often multiple years of remediation and support. So I want that to be a big part of our ongoing budget conversations.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair. As a superintendent, I just want to illustrate to my colleagues, to the community, yes, we do need ACT test prep, but if we really want to make a difference, because the test prep is just simply a matter of how to learn the tricks of taking a test. But we must start at pre-K. If you really want to see good scores on the ACT test prep, it has to be pre-K through third grade. Having three sons who graduated from this district who also took advantage of test prep, it's certainly, if I had depended on just waiting until they were in 10th grade or 9th grade or 8th grade, goodness knows, that it would not materialize and then going off to college, I don't think, because it's a slow drip. And so that's where this budget season I'm going to be focusing on what we're putting into our budget for that pre-K through third grade, how our county commissioners are going to partner with us, how I'm excited to take the city of Memphis for first time in a very long time giving money to our budget to ensure that we are assisting these students. I just want to clarify that for the listening audience that test prep is ideal, but there's basically, it's just the tricks of the test, and we have to focus on that pre-K through third grade. So that's how I'm going to focus on this budget season. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I get back to enrollment, because this looks like a much lower number than we've seen in previous meetings. So I'm looking at October, and I'm seeing the MCS K-12 enrollment at 100 and something year to date, 2024, 2025. I'm looking at the chart. And then I'm looking at all schools. And I don't know if this is all schools or if this is just the non-charter schools. So even if I'm looking at, I'm adding non-charter schools and charter schools, it's 50,932, but in October I had 100-something thousand here. Can you help me with that, or maybe it's something going with that? Because I'm concerned we're going into budget. And I know for our 24-25 budget season, we have projected enrollment. And our money, the TISA funds are based off of our last year. So our TISA funds for this upcoming fiscal year will be based on this particular enrollment. So I'm just wondering, can somebody help me with the number? It looks like we've gone down.
Board member McKinney, and superintendent and board members, I appreciate the question. I don't have the data to which you're referring in front of me, but what I will say is January is typically an odd month. What you will typically see around the holidays is a lot of movement that I think whenever we report January data, we have to keep in mind. But could you just repeat for me one more time, because I'm trying to visualize it in my head.
So I'm looking at a report that says MSCS K through 12 enrollment. And it's 100 and something thousand. But it's 100 something thousand here. And then I'm looking at this report, say January 2025 is 50,932. So that's a big gap to say that in, I think this is October, I can look at it. October we were at 100,000 and then we lost 50,000. I'm actually not mathing, but
Yeah, I do think, and I apologize to the board, that all schools road is perhaps incorrect. Because that should be our 100% total enrollment, and I apologize that that was not caught earlier. But we're going to need to go back and look at that, and
that made me very nervous.
yes,
Okay.
I can see that now. And I am so sorry about that, because I can understand why that would make you nervous.
Right. Okay.
I believe we've got, either a typo or just a transfer problem with some data. Or maybe we're not looking at the right slide.
It's okay.
Go back.
It's okay.
Yeah.
The current enrollment, Board Member McKinney, while there might be a error on that slide, is 105,304 students for all schools. Again, this is absent of pre-K. And then non-charter schools, 85,611. Our charter schools at 19,693. Coupled with our pre-K, that 105,304, and 5,089, and gets us to that 102,000 plus. So we can alter the error on the slide.
I'm sorry, Superintendent. I'm so sorry. These are by grade band, these slides. So if you look at this slide, that is a K-12.
Okay.
And that other slide was one of the grade bands.
Yes, it
So it says K-12. That's where the error is.
This is K5, I believe.
I think that's right.
And this is 6-8.
Yes, ma'am. It's a heading that's the problem. K5 and then that's 6-8.
Commissioner Williams?
Commissioner, we have, for instance, on page 11, where we have mathematics and you have high schools as a course, and you have 66.6% of the students were proficient in math. What are you talking about? What is that reference to? I don't know which math course they're taking, they don't take the same math course.
Which one, Board Member Williams? Thank you for the
This is
question.
page 11, and you're talking about ELA, and then you're talking about math, and they're talking about you give the percentages of people who pass the test. The subjects are different in high school. They're not all taking the same math. They're not all taking the same language. So I don't know how those measures are. What are the measures? And what text are they using?
Are we specifically talking about?
There's a page 11 at the top. It says grade. It says proficiency rate. This is the topic of the course. It just gives the course by subject, such as ELA, such as math. It doesn't define it in that. It doesn't tell you which way. So I'm not sure that these numbers
He's in the report. It's okay, Mr. Board Member Williams. I thought you were on the slide. It's just, give me 1 second.
For example, the very first thing it says just science. It says activity science. It says grade 3.
So you want to know specifically in high school,
Which
science?
what is the science you're taking? Which math are they taking? It's just all the ELA or math.
Okay, this is our end of course.
I don't know what the measure.
So what we do when we report by subject area and not in the course test of Board Member Williams is we combine the EOC test. So when we say mathematics for high school, that would be algebra 1, algebra 2, geometry combined.
So how would you know that looking at that time, which math it is?
I guess we would need to be a little more specific in our chart, or maybe add a footnote or something, but that's the way the state also does it. So we just mirror the process of when you report high school mathematics, it includes end-of-course assessments for math that are available for high school students.
How do we know the curriculum is measuring what they teach? What other things do you have in this curriculum to support passing the test? And do we have curriculum in all of these courses? Do we have all the information in courses?
I want to make sure I understand your question, Board Member Williams. You want to know, based on how the data is reported, in terms of who is successful and who's not, how do we know that we have the actual curriculum that is aligned?
Yes. From the courses, because they're not all taking the same course.
That's correct, meaning Algebra 1, Geometry.
These are not that specific. It says ELA, it says math. That's all they have in schools. It's math, ELA.
Yes, sir.
Don't say what they are. But if you get a number indicating who is doing well in each grade band, the percentage proficiency.
I think that's a fair, we'd like to see it by content period. Is that fair? Okay, yes, sir. We'll take care of that.
Thank you. Proposed 9.1, proposed policy second reading. 5013, promotion and retention. 5023, family life education. 6047, school fees and debt. 6060, school day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Commissioners and Superintendent. For second reading and approval tonight, we do bring 6 policies with proposed revisions to align to statutory and regulatory revisions. The policies are 5013, promotion and retention, 5016, limited English proficient, 5021, library services and collections, 5023, family life education, 6047, school fees and debts, and 6060, school day. We do respectfully recommend approval of these proposed revisions. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second, please.
Motion.
Second. Commissioner McKissick, did you have the light on for a question?
Yeah, well, it's just a motion.
Okay, Commissioner McKissick, motion first, and Commissioner McKinney second. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner McKinney? Aye. Commissioner Garcia? Aye. Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Martin? Aye. Commissioner Love? Aye. Commissioner McKinney?
Aye.
Commissioner Ousting? Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Board Chair Coleman?
Aye.
We have 9 affirmative.
Thank you, that motion passed. We are now on to the consent agenda. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, as a reminder, we removed item 11.22, which is Fraser Point Elementary School Foundation repair. We removed item 11.36, which was denial of City University.
Consent agenda items. 11.1, contract approval, AT&T emergency and security service in the amount of $624,664.80. 11.2, contract approval, Renaissance Convention Center event rental MSCS regulations 2025 in amount of $280,042.80. 11.3, approval science textbook selection committee. 11.4, approval Howard Guthrie Library core collection. $909,469.35. 11.5, approval snow K8 Knowledge Tree furniture. $165,175.69. 11.6, approval Memphis-Shelby Orchestra, $82,800. 11.7, contract renewal Mansfield Oil Company, $4 million. 11.8, purchase approval bottled water, Filson purchase W.W. Granger, $112,356. 11.9, approval Man Up Teacher Fellows Incorporated. 11.10, contract approval study.com practice support, $138,187.50. 11.11, approval MOU between Memphis-Shelby County Schools and the Shelby County Health Department for HIV testing. 11.12, purchase approval American paper and twine paper, $587,880. 11.13, approval project aware grant, external evaluation contract, $95,000. 11.14, approval special course applications for 25-26. 11.15, contract approval for Global Middle School Civil and Paving Project Diesel's Payment Services Incorporated, $702,519.02. 11.16, Cordova High School Civil and Paving Project Vulcan LLC, $2,016,139.70. 11.17, contract approval Ridgeway High School Civil and Paving Improvement Project Vulcan LLC, $904,650. 11.18, contract approval Nova School Civil and Paving Improvement Project Vulcan LLC, $417,167.54. 11.19, contract approval Overton High School Civil and Paving Improvement Project Vulcan LLC, $715,950. 11.20, contract approval Pump Stadium Track Resurfacing A&B Construction Company, $630,422.40. 11.21, contract approval Kingsbury Middle School and High School underground gas line replacement, Damien Marcus Incorporated, $421,000. 11.22 is removed. 11.23, contract approval Roselle Elementary School Foundation Repair, APS Facilities Maintenance, $248,605.10. 11.24, contract approval Cordova High School Field Lighting Project Barnes and Briar Incorporated, $443,483.90. 11.25, contract approval Holton High School Sports Field Lighting Project, IKIO LED Lighting Incorporated, $464,554.70. 11.26, Southway High School Sports Field Light Project Barnes and Briar Incorporated, $379,977.40. 11.27, Kingsbury High School Sports Field Lighting Project A&B Construction Incorporated, $416,751.50. 11.28, contract amendment, Conwell Elementary School, Norris Achievement Academy, and Shrine School, HVAC upgrade. Just amended to the base $1 amount. 11.29, approval of administration building in Sheffield High School fire alarm upgrade, $1,213,938.75. 11.30, approval 3-man purchase sale agreement termination notices. 11.31, MOU between Shelby County government and the Memphis-Shelby County Schools Exceptional Education on behalf of incarcerated youth. 11.32, contract approval, comp TIA, $138,780. 11.33, approval career safe OSHA 10, $97,798. 11.34, approval internet creative education videos, $176,725. 11.35, approval charter renewal recommendation, leadership preparatory, Howard Center Academy Elementary Teacher Hill, and Grand V.T. Woods Academy of Innovation. These are for approval only. That's it. Motion and second, please. Commissioner Kenny.
Motion to approve the consent.
Second by Commissioner Hugh Garcia. Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner McKenzie? Aye. Commissioner Garcia? Aye. Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy? Aye. Commissioner Love? Commissioner McKinney?
Aye.
Commissioner
We have 3 items that request for action. Project lead the way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First item 12.1 is Project Lead the Way for Douglas K-8. The recommendation is for the board to approve the grant acceptance of $50,000 from Project Lead the Way. This is to help purchase equipment, supplies, and cover the expenses incurred for the Project Lead the Way core training at Douglas K-8 optional. Year 1 will be $25,000, and year 2 is $25,000 for a total of $50,000. Again, this is to support STEM students at Douglas K-8 optional school.
Motion is second, please. Motion by Commissioner McKinney, second by Commissioner Hugh Garcia. Roll call vote.
Commissioner McKenzie? Aye. Commissioner Garcia?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy? Aye. Commissioner Love? Commissioner McKinney?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Kane? Commissioner Williams? Board Chair Ford?
Aye.
We have 9 no affirmative.
Thank you, that motion passes. Next one is 12.2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 12.2 is a donation from the Smith Foundation for Cordova High School. The recommendation is that the board approve a one-time donation of $35,000 from the Smith Foundation as Harbor Freight Tools for Schools. This is awarded to Cordova High School to be used for the automotive program. This will provide students in the maintenance and light repair program at Cordova High School with tools, equipment, resources, and experiences to improve their career readiness and automotive trainings.
Motion, second. Motion by Commissioner O'Kane.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Murphy. Roll call vote.
Commissioner McKenzie? Aye. Commissioner Garcia? Aye. Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy? Aye. Commissioner Love? Aye. Commissioner McKee?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Kane? Aye. Commissioner Williams? Board Chair Coleman?
Aye.
We have 9 in the affirmative.
Thank you, that motion passes. Now we're on to our Memphis Board of Strategic School Fund, Commissioner McKenzie. We need to add.
I absolutely do, thank you. I would like to add $3,640 for ECW in Washington. They are taking the 8th grade class to see Hamilton, so we'll be supporting them in that endeavor.
Can you give me the amount?
3,000. Oh, if they were going to New York, I would be a chaperone for sure. Yeah, we're going to go see Hamilton at the Orpheum. $3,640 is for common price of the tickets. As a big supporter of the arts, and then who doesn't love Hamilton, right?
We will make sure it's added. Thank you. So our total was $74,616, and we're adding $3,640 that we will add reflected in our budget. Is there a motion to approve this item in a second?
I move. Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner McKenzie? Aye. Commissioner Garcia? Aye. Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy? Aye. Commissioner Love? Aye. Commissioner McKee?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Kane? Aye. Commissioner Williams? Board Chair Coleman?
Aye.
We have 9 in the affirmative.
Thank you, that motion passes. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned. 2025 special call meeting at Memphis-Shelby County Schools. Ms. Clark, please call the roll.
Commissioner McKissick,
Present.
Commissioner Garcia,
Present.
Commissioner Murphy,
Present.
Commissioner Love,
Present.
Commissioner McKinney,
Present.
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Porter,
Present.
Board Chair Coleman.
Present.
You have 8 in the affirmative.
Thank you. We do have a quorum. The purpose of tonight's special call meeting is to discuss board members, staff, parents, and community members. The purpose of the special call meeting is to discuss the potential termination of Superintendent Dr. Marie N. Feagins' contract with the Memphis-Shelby County Schools Board of Education. If the board decides to terminate Dr. Feagins' contract, we will appoint an interim superintendent. This step is necessary to ensure continuity in the operations of the school district. Thank you for joining this special call meeting today. You have already heard my explanation for this resolution, as well as the response from Superintendent Feagins. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. We are now on to public comments. In accordance with state statute, the board shall reserve a period for public comments during business and special call meetings. Only those members of the public who submit public comment cards to the board chairman prior to the commencement of this meeting shall be permitted to address the board. Public comments shall be taken in the order in which the public comment cards are received. A sign-up sheet for public comments will be available 30 minutes prior to each applicable meeting and will be closed at the start of the meeting. This sign-up is located in the entryway table just past the security checkpoint. Speakers must state their name, organization he or she is representing, if any, and subject of their comment before they are permitted to speak. Speakers may offer objective comments about school operations and programs that concern them. Speakers are asked to refrain from using names of personnel or names of persons connected with the school system, particularly when lodging a complaint. Speakers will not be permitted to engage in gossip, make defamatory comments, or use abusive or vulgar language. The chairman shall have the authority to terminate the remarks of any individual who is disruptive and does not adhere to board rules. Dr. Schultz will announce the number of speakers and the time allotted per speaker.
We have 27 speakers at 1 minute each.
Your time is projected on the screen to your right and directly behind the board. When you hear a bell, your time has expired. I've called the first 3 speakers, Ms. Liz Marble, Austin Bettis, Ashley Bettis.
Liz Marable, 6263 Poplar Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119. As president of the largest local United Education Association, the members of the United Education Association of Shelby County are committed to making the 901 the best place in which to live, teach, and learn. We remain focused on the goal of ensuring students have the resources they need, clean and safe school buildings, trained educators in their classrooms, and well-rounded curricula that support the growth as future citizens. UEA also issued the Superintendent Leadership Survey, where we asked the educators, over 6,000 strong, to answer 2 questions. The first question was, if the teachers wanted to retain Dr. Feagins as superintendent, 88.3% of your educators said they want to retain Dr. Feagins. I don't need the rest of the speech. I don't need the rest of the speech. I've been in 121 schools. I dare say that all of you combined have been in that many. Teachers feel heard and seen. They want to retain Dr. Feagins at 88.3%. So I don't know where you found the 11.7%.
Austin Bettis, 864 Graham. This is not planned. I actually have some data as well. Mine's more homemade, but just wanted to reiterate that the data we collected, about 300 respondents, ours was about 98% that said that they wanted to retain. This is a mix of community members, teachers, administrators, staff. I would like to read a comment if I have time, but first of all, if you'd like to participate in the survey, if you're streaming on YouTube, this QR code will go directly to that survey. Oops. And you can join, make your voice heard. So I'm just going to hold that for a bit. If you're streaming on YouTube. And a few comments from our survey will be coming up next.
Ashley Bettis, 864 North Graham. If you didn't see it before, it was being covered. Please, please, I want to hear your voice. They should want to hear your voice. That is a responsibility as a board member to listen to their constituents. Please do it. Please share. One of our favorite comments came from a teacher from this survey that you have all the responses. I desperately wish a certain board member would consider the negative impact an immediate termination of Feagins would have on our students and schools. As an MSCS school teacher for almost the last decade, I have seen firsthand the negative impact of dramatic, abrupt changes on schools. She has not even been serving as superintendent for a year. Nothing presented in the board meeting warrants an immediate termination. I was so excited to vote this certain board member in and another one out, I was practically skipping to the polls. Her behavior these last few weeks has been both an embarrassment and a devastation to me. Our students deserve consistency and someone to champion.
Thank you. Audrey Clark, Brittany Thornton, Christopher Schaefers.
Hey, I'm Ardrez Clark, 2159 Clayton, and I just pray that the board, the men and the women of the board do the right thing and just listen to the students and the community, because we the ones that voted, and y'all hear the community voice and concern. But to our superintendent, you are a woman of class and dignity to sit there to knowing that you've been betrayed by your colleagues. You are a woman of class. And I want to give you a word of encouragement to know Jesus knew he was going to be betrayed. So with that being said, I pray for you and your well-being. And to our city, that we can't get involved, can we please, I'm saying this for my own, can we please call Dr. Willie Harrington back in office?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. Commissioner Brittany Thornton, 160 North Main, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104. Dr. Feagins, I want you to know that I was right. Before your appointment, we met, and I said to you, as long as you keep the support of the people, you're going to be all right. When I said this, I never thought that the majority of the board would hijack these elected seats to go against the will of the people, the will of our teachers, our parents, our school leaders, our students, unimportant to our local electeds. Though the 5 voting members of the board may win the fight to terminate your contract tonight, trust me, we will win the war. For it has always been and always will be our battle to fight. Far more than any accusation made against you, Dr. Feagins, your public persecution has opened our eyes to see our own puppet masters. To every person you have relied on that has betrayed you, sabotaged you, left you to fend for yourself, and cost you your peace, may they all continue to be revealed. Because if they aren't, Dr. Richmond, how will you be successful? Ever since December 17th, Superintendent, I cannot tell you how many individuals have spoken to me in confidence saying, oh, she's out of here. We already got her replacement.
Thank
Let
you.
that sink in.
Thank
we
you.
already.
Christopher.
Okay, my name's Christopher Schaefers, live at 3210 Estes, District 7, which will be Ms. Murphy. So what I'm asking today, that the chair stand with the superintendent. I'm asking Ms. Murphy to stand
Sir,
with
you
the
can't call names. Just say stand
well,
with
I'm
them.
asking her that she stand with the superintendent and don't go against her, because she hadn't been to the principal in mid-high school, been over to high school at all. So I'm asking her to stand with the superintendent. Don't go against her at all. Give her a chance. All thing she wants is a chance to make things right in the city. It seems like y'all just want to tear it apart. Why y'all want to tear it apart? Y'all don't want kids to learn how to read, write, spell. They already don't do cursive in school. What's going on? Can we get it together? Do the state need to come in and do it? Do y'all want them to? Do y'all want them to come in and audit y'all? Because they really do need to come in and audit y'all. And they need to have Ms. Feagins right there. That's what they need. Because y'all don't look at me crazy. Just do the right thing. And I'm asking the chair to do the right thing too. Just do the audit. I want the audit done. Just open the books. Let's open the books and see what's going on. Let's see where the money going.
Thank you.
Let's see. I want to see all the contracts.
Thank you.
My name is Farron Johnson, 1490 Lydia Street. I'm one of over 500 SEAs for this district, one who, along with others, had an issue with Dr. Feagins. My issue was communication and untimely notice of us possibly losing jobs. I didn't care for the fact that she was an outsider, and I, like so many, haven't cared for SES and is dealing since Harrington left. But y'all messed up and hired a whole messiah. She wasn't hired for this job, she was called to this job. She did exactly what y'all said she couldn't do. She fixed the problem and she communicated with us. Thank you and congratulations, Dr. Feagins. They have given you the nation's attention. Locals don't come out for locals, but here we are in the code. Memphis hasn't seen a public lynching since 1939. Now I'm ashamed to say that Kat wants to help lead the mob in lynching the best leader our children have seen in decades. Thank you.
Erin Purnell, Danica Wilkes, Damian Curry Morris.
Erwin Purnell, 8037 Waterford Place,
Memphis, Tennessee 38125. Good evening. I'm speaking as an alumnus of this district and a proud product of Memphis City Schools. Superintendent, I want to start by saying I thank God for the blessing that you are to this district, to this city, and to our students. To the board, I urge you to give this superintendent the time allotted in her existing contract. What we are witnessing here seems oddly strange. A majority of you seem committed to moving forward in terminating the superintendent, showing little interest in collaboration or reconciliation. The concerns and complaints you all have presented predate her tenure, and anyone who has done their research would see that. Quite frankly, all of this feels like a peculiar, personal, petty, perplexing, pathetic plot. Galatians 6 and 7 reminds us, be not deceived. God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man or woman soweth, that shall he or she also reap. So for those of you who want to get rid of the superintendent, you might consider this a victory tonight. But know this, you will reap what you sow. Every action has consequences. What you sow today, you will surely reap tomorrow. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Danica Wilson. I'm at 900 Dickinson, Memphis, Tennessee 38107. And I just want to say that for elected officials that the community has chosen to represent, given blazing disregard for what the community overwhelmingly says they want, is truly disheartening. Dr. Feagins, in her few short 9 months being here, has created revolutionary change that we have not seen from previous or prior leadership. And given less than 9 months to give this decision or make this decision like this is irresponsible governance. So we stand in solidarity as a community against parts of a board who will be on the wrong side of history. Thank you.
Mr. Morris?
Professor Damon Curry Morris, 1529 Dunmore Road, Memphis, Tennessee 38114. And I just want to say for the record that this is the highest level of corruption I have ever witnessed in all my years of living in Memphis, Tennessee. And I've been through the Tennessee waltz and I didn't see this kind of corruption. So what I'm trying to say is, I don't think you read clearly that agreement that we had in that lawsuit, because ain't none of this supposed to be going on. But just as lawsuits have been settled, they can be reopened. Okay? Board member, you say you want the lawsuit, we'll take it. I'll give it to you like the brat say. I'll give it to you. And there's many more. We ain't thinking nothing about the children. This ain't got nothing to do with the children. At all. At all. You got board members threatening folks and all kind of foolishness going on in this community. My own board member threatened me. So I'm trying to tell you, hey, you want to go to war? Let's go to war, because I'm going to war. Okay? It ain't over. It ain't over till the fat professor sings.
Latasha Griggs, Angela Rogers, Cheryl Cricht.
Good evening. My name is Tasha Griggs. My address 1095 Belmont. Dr. Feagins, I support you. Got my utmost respect. I was always taught a hear dog holler. And every time a camera come on, a dog holler. Every time I turn around, a dog on the camera. Now, I name people according to the way I see them. And there's Honey Bun and then there's Ragamuffin. That's how I see them. Because that's how I see them when they on the camera. Every time I see them, they on the camera, they gotta give a statement. But I'm gonna tell you something, for somebody to be a disbarred lawyer, and they wanna give you a lawsuit, I prefer that you include everybody's name that had your name in their mouth, in their lawsuit. And I want it to be defamation of character and emotional damage.
Good evening. My name is Angela Rogers, and I ran 4033 Naylor Road. I ran for school board commissioner for District 3. I didn't win, and I'm okay with that. I'm not a politician, but I did learn a lot about politics when I ran. And so I was asked about whether I would run again if the opportunity presented itself, and honestly, I really don't know. But while I don't know, I ran because I love kids. That's why I ran. And so while I don't know much about politics, what I do know, Dr. Feagins, is had I won, you would certainly have my vote to keep doing what you're doing, keep showing up with grace and dignity in spite of everything that is happening around you. And so I do know that. And so I just want to encourage you tonight to keep doing exactly what you're doing. We appreciate you. We thank you for how you show up and how you represent Memphis. You were an amazing choice, and I believe that God has sent you.
Good evening again. Cheryl Piggy Cright, 856 Faxon Avenue, District 1. Again, I say, thank you for offering yourself with public service. I do understand that this is a tedious job, and I applaud you for stepping up. Again, however, it appears that the work you represent is not reflective of the work that we hired you to do. Your decisions are to be reflective of the public that you serve. If you are not communing with the public, us, about your decision, then you are making decisions on your behalf. Again, I say, we do realize that some decisions will not be favorable, even though the teeth and the tongue will fall out. Let me get this straight. You, the board, said Jarvis Ray kept playing with the staff. You spent money. You, the board, said Tony Williams wasn't qualified. You spent money. You, the board, said Dr. Feagins does not get along with others. But you, the board, are still spending enormous amounts of money for a superintendent for our school system, and yet we have a high level of homelessness, food insecurity.
Representative Pearson, Rachel Spriggs, Danielle Inez.
Representative Justin J. Pearson, 40 South 4, 38103. Look, the problem is this is an unfair process. It isn't about the decision, just the decision that you're choosing to make. It's how you came to it. Giving somebody 24 hours notice before you show the entire public that you want to fire them is wrong and immoral. And if it hadn't been for just one vote, she would have lost her job in December. And so now people are complaining about the fact that the public has something to say about an unfair process that you all put forward. When in effect, you could do this. You could slow down. You could decide we may have made our move too soon, as my grandmama used to say. And we need not only to have grace in this process for the superintendent, but grace in the process for yourselves as newly elected officials and leaders of this community to put together a proper performance improvement plan and to then hold her accountable at future meetings for the metrics that you set forward. By not doing that, you are continuing to sow distrust in this board and distrust in our community. That's why I stand in support of a fair process for Dr. Feagins. Thank you.
Before you start my time, board member chair Coleman,
I just want to state that people can say Superintendent Feagins or whatever your name is, and you can correct me, parliamentarian, as long as they're not casting a complaint. And so you keep on stopping people from saying people's name when they're not casting a complaint. So I just want to make that clear. Rachel Spriggs, 440 North McNeil. Justin, I want to start off by apologizing for you having to experience much of what we've been experiencing for some time, despite having a majority black board, serving a majority of black students in a majority black city. There is still not much difference happening here than at the state capitol. But the people are clear. Our children are not going to the highest bidder. The board can simply not be trusted at this point. We have endured decades of corruption from the board, but can't give our superintendent more than 9 months. You've barely gone through orientation. I realize that there are folks on both sides and their concerns deserve to be considered, but where is the middle? Out of all of the folks that I have spoken to with grievances, no one felt termination was just. How do you hold her accountable and grant the grace that you all desperately need yourselves? Or is that even a desire? I noticed Martavius in the back and many others who surrendered our charter are also in cahoots with firing our superintendent.
Thank you.
Danielle Inez, 158 Vance, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. Madam Chair, members of the board, tomorrow the students will walk out. After tonight's vote to destabilize our districts, our principals and teachers will be forced to face your voters during this week's State of the Schools addresses. People from all walks of life will flood your inboxes, will text your phones, and will talk about you like a dog online. And then on Monday, the governor's special session will begin. And let me be clear, we will be in the battle of your political careers. Because people will fight to keep your elected seats, but they will not fight to keep you in them. You are unfavorably rated by voters. You will be the very first thing that your advisors sacrifice. Vouchers, special school districts, and school construction money are all up for discussion in less than a week, and y'all are playing politics or chess. But y'all are playing with God's children. What's decided tonight matters. Next is now. This moment is what that phrase means. In closing, don't let anybody think that you can't change your position. You absolutely can change your position up until the very last second. You can always choose to do the right thing. Thank you.
Audrey Royal, Noah Nordstrom, Otis Threadkill. Audrey. Noah Nordstrom.
Hey y'all, I'm Noah Nordstrom, 6220 Forest Grove Drive, and I'm one of the 88% of teachers who support Dr. Feagins. So as teachers in this district, we are expected to do our jobs with excellence. We're expected to be well prepared, be impartial, and be adaptable to feedback from our bosses. And to ensure this, we are regularly observed by administration. So tonight is y'all's observation. This board is not well prepared. You keep piling on accusation after accusation that are irrelevant to the resolution to terminate Dr. Feagins. Y'all are pushing Deidre Malone's agenda. Yes, the Deidre Malone who tried to bring an oil pipeline into our community that would have poisoned our water. And you're putting her agenda above the kids of this district. And you're refusing to adapt to the people's input. We are your bosses. So do the right thing and show us tonight that you are worthy of the positions you've been elected to. We have been out here begging for you to listen to us. Listen to the teachers. If 88% of teachers support Dr. Feagins, That should say something. Thank you.
All right, good evening. My name's Otis Threlkill, 8267 Brightleaf Place, 38016. Today I'm going to be speaking in support of Dr. Feagins. I think from the beginning, Dr. Feagins has demonstrated a clear commitment to the children, right? So as it's been previously mentioned, there's been serious issues with the process. So I won't really get into that. However, today I want to ask the members of the board to do one thing, and that's do the right thing. We all know the potential effects of making the wrong decision today. As a veteran, I've had the experience of experiencing multiple school systems across the country as well as abroad, right? So the one thing that I've found that these school systems have in common is putting the children first, right? So with that, I want to say again, board, let's do the right thing and put the children first. Thank you.
Did Audrey Royal, Philistine Terry, Glenda Hicks, Natria Wren.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Philistine Terry, 3199 Scheibler Road, Memphis, Tennessee. The reason I'm here is for the children. I understand as a teacher of 34 years that curriculum drives instruction, instruction drives achievement. Right now, our district needs academic focus. We need to focus on academics. Right now, we have no structure. That's got to be our first thing. Doesn't matter if we keep superintendent or we get a new one. We need to focus on academics, okay? I hear that the learning academies had growth. Right now, our learning academies are defunct. I'm asking you all to please bring those learning academies back. I know that the summer academies are part of the third grade commitment, so therefore we need to reinforce summer academy with our fall, spring, and winter academies. And our academies have been reduced to a packet. Okay? Packets for children that supposedly can't read. Our teachers need support. We have new teachers who have just begun.
Thank you, Ms. Terry.
Thank you.
Good evening. Glenda Hicks, 608 Gillies, advocate for the community. I'm here this evening. I've never met Dr. Feagin. I don't know her personally. However, I have dear concern at the very base of this board's actions. It concerns me that the concept of team did not exist in these actions that we are facing this evening. If the concept of teams had existed, this entire board would have known about the meeting that was called before minutes of that meeting. So the very basis of your actions, your motives, do not come across as pure. That is a deep concern. In the best interest of actions that teach our children how they need to interact and settle oppositions, this action does not support that. So consider your actions, your motives, and do the right thing for the children.
Natria Wren, 9695 Manor View Cove, Cordova, Tennessee, 38018. I stand here in support of Dr. Feagins. I want to talk about time and consequences. You haven't given Dr. Feagins time to do her job. You haven't given Dr. Feagins time to really make a difference. You haven't taken the time to truly prove to your constituents that she has done these alleged infractions. We know this because you released the resolution, and then days later, you come back with more alleged infractions. Now let's talk about consequences. We don't know the consequences of terminating Dr. Feagins. We don't know what type of financial impact that's gonna have. We don't know what type of legislative consequences that we'll face if you terminate Dr. Feagins. And understand that your votes will have consequences. We will lobby our state legislative body to change the laws, and like I said the last time I was here, we're gonna get each and every one of you out of those seats, and you can stamp that.
Sean McKenzie, Sarah Carpenter, Candy Smith.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sean McKenzie. I live at 1425 Dexter Lake Drive, Cordova, Tennessee, 38016. So I wanted to come here tonight to address, obviously, the issues that we're having. Dr. Feagins, I want to thank you. You've been incredible. Riverwood Elementary has gotten a new principal since you joined. We've seen a lot of positive change, and I'm getting a lot more information directly from the district than I did last year. As we all know as parents, that's something that we're very concerned about, communication. So, ladies and gentlemen of the board, tonight you have a historic choice to make. Do you decide to maintain progress for Memphis and Shelby County schools, or do you potentially hand over control of the largest school district in Tennessee to the state? That is a decision you need to make here tonight. Thank you.
Sarah Carpenter, 2100 Curry Avenue, 38108. I wasn't gonna say nothing tonight, but we got state representatives in this room. We got the people that voted for you in this room. We got Shelby County Commission in this room. We got children in this room. Y'all city council people in this room. We got a former mayor, first black mayor, clapping up. We got Doc Holliday in this room. Y'all, we got people in this room that's telling y'all what we want. Y'all ignoring us, so I keep my ears to the street. Y'all know that, right? I heard that some more allegations gonna come up on Dr. Feagins, but it ain't nothing none of y'all can tell us about Dr. Feagins, because we feel like it's a witch hunt at this point. I see people on Facebook talking about who mentoring them. I'm gonna tell you something. Some of your mentors need mentors. Some of the people that y'all putting on Facebook, I heard state representatives, senators up there talking about the people we should have been thrown out of this boardroom. When they stood with white people in Nashville, they didn't tell them to throw them out. I'm talking about London Lamar. I'm calling names.
Thank you.
Check. We ain't been talking, but you still got a chance. Dr. Feagins, whatever happened tonight, I'm gonna ask you this one thing. Don't leave this city too quick. Don't leave. I'm asking you not to leave. Don't leave this city, because I promise you, I promise you, I promise you.
Candy Smith. Candy Smith. Is Candy Smith available? Stephanie Sacco.
Hello.
I'm Stephanie Sacco. I'm a kindergarten teacher with MSCS, and I'm at 1778 Tutwiler Ave, 38107. I was thinking to myself, I feel like I haven't gone home from work yet because I feel this is just as important as what I did today with my students. And myself, the teachers with whom I work, the parents and families support Dr. Feagin. She's raised our pay. She's sent surveys to me for the first time anyone has asked me questions about what I think. She's subbed at my school for a whole day. The cause that you keep naming is changing all the time. Teachers don't care about Mastery Connect being gone. SPED advisors weren't there because they went back into the classroom or they quit. And central office was turned into something that felt imaginary and foreign to me, into now having someone at my school who's in my PLC every week. I'm waiting for my survey from the board, and holding fast in the face of public outcry, or even remarking that peaceful protesters need to learn when to shut up. In my kindergarten class, we talk about listening with action, which means you show that you are listening by responding, and no one hears. Of the 5 show that they're listening, and it's really sad, but thank you, Dr. Feagin, for what you've done.
DeCandy Smith. Our last speaker is K. Darrell Cowan.
Hi, my name is Candy Smith. I live on 8124 Blue Lagoon in Bartlett, Tennessee. I am a product of this system. I worked in Memphis-Shelby County Schools for all of my 35 years as a teacher and then counselor. And I just wanted to say that a good politician knows that they need to listen to their constituents. And I don't feel like that's happening here at all. All I hear, yes, I'm retired, but I still am in touch with many of my colleagues, and all I'm hearing from them is they're hopeful, they're encouraged, they feel like things are finally going to change for the better after many, many years of the same old thing that we've had all these years. I think part of the problem is some of the politicians on the board have been there long enough that where maybe they owe some favors to some people, and now they're trying to push those favors through. And I don't think the community is going to stand for that. And so I hope that you will use good common sense, listen to your constituency, and keep Dr. Feagins here. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Superintendent, and our illustrious board members, my name is K. Darrell Cowan. Address is 3385 Airways Boulevard, 38116. I don't even know. But I want to say this. When the community interviewed Dr. Feagins, I did ask her 3 questions. The questions that I have for Dr. Feagins, first of all, are you a gangbanger? In other words, does your sorority or fraternity take precedence over the children? Her answer was no. I asked Dr. Feagins, I said, are you willing to shake up some things in the central office that need to be changed since I was a student in MSCS? She said yes. I said, Dr. Feagins, in doing so, understanding that you're going to make a lot of people upset, are you willing to still take on their charge? She said yes. So I stand here to say this today on the day after we celebrate Dr. King's birthday in Memphis, Tennessee. My final statement is this, that an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So it's time for us to, let's give us some grace and make an opportunity to make this right. When we're talking about conflict resolution, our children are paying attention to how we're responding. I'm not saying that nobody's perfect, but what I'm saying is there is a way that we can work together. And let's find a way to make that happen tonight. Thank you so much.
We have 3 items to address under request for action this evening. The first one is 6.1, outside general counsel report. Outside counsel.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, and Superintendent.
Pull your mic up. Pull your mic up a little bit.
Several weeks ago, my law firm was engaged to perform an essential function, and that function was to ascertain the facts. The facts. Because there was, in this community, a disbelief of the facts. And that is what we endeavored to do. With respect to the termination resolution, was it based on fact? People are entitled to their own opinions, but they're not entitled to their own set of facts. And so that's what we did. Earlier today,
point of order, Chair, point of order. I thought we were visiting with facts and not editorializing by the board attorney. So I just want to say that for the record.
He's getting to his point.
There was a lot of preamble there.
He's getting to his point.
You don't want to hear it?
Attorney Spence, keep going. Keep going.
Earlier today, I presented to the Board of Commissioners the facts. Here are the facts. And the question that should that is most
please
important,
be respectful and allow him the opportunity to speak. Or the SROs, we can start clearing the room.
Reveal. What do the facts reveal? With respect to the 3 items set forth in the resolution, the facts irrefutably reveal that they are all true. They are all true. It is a fact that Dr. Feagins misled the board with respect to the allegation that employees of this district misuse overtime to the tune of $1 million. That is not true. And there
Point
are
of
no
order.
facts.
Point of order. Let him speak. The executive summary would be read into the record. And this is editorializing, and the tone of your voice is as if it's a trial. I'm embarrassed.
Ain't nobody no slave. We ain't no slave in here now. He has his own tone.
Superintendent, excuse me, you may finish speaking. Colleagues, we will not get out of order. Go ahead.
Board Chair, point of personal privilege. Could we take a brief recess to reset, please?
No, he can go on. We're going to keep going. People are going to be respectful. We always want to talk about what the children, it's time for us to do the adult thing. Listen. We can clear the room. Look. We can take the vote now and be done with it. Y'all want to do the vote? Hold on one second.
It is
clear the room. We're just going to clear the space, and we'll finish. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We can clear it out.
Clear them out.
Madam Chair, it is also a fact that in the responses that Dr. Feagin provided to this board on January 6th and January 14th, that they were untruthful with respect to the allegation she made that impugned the character and the integrity of employees of this district. It is also a fact, that Dr. Feagins accepted the $45,000 donation without board approval. It is a fact. And that particular fact is established by her own email dated July 21, 2024. It is further a fact that when Dr. Feagin was asked this question by this board, that she was untruthful. That is a fact. It is also a fact that when Dr. Feagins responded to this allegation in her letter of January 6th and January 14th, that she was again untruthful. Those are facts. It is a fact that Dr. Feagins failed to encumber and obligate a federal grant for over $300,000. That is a fact. It is also a fact that...
Get her out, please. We're not going to have this.
Chair. This is a public meeting, Chair. And what is happening here is this is our
Point of
so-called
order.
board-hired attorney is acting
Point
like
of order,
we're in a
Michelle.
courtroom.
You out of order.
You know what?
You out of
That is
order.
not for you to say.
Michelle, you out of order.
Chair, I'm talking to the chair, not the board member who's been here 3 months. Chair, this is not a courtroom, and the board-hired attorney is acting as if he is in a courtroom. He was instructed to read the executive summary. He was instructed to read the executive summary.
And Michelle, if you let me.
Thank you.
When you left out, he's doing what the other part of what he was instructed to do. Now, I'm not going to sit here and argue back and forth and scream with anybody.
Highly inappropriate.
This whole process, a lot of this is highly inappropriate. A lot of things have been highly inappropriate.
Chair, point of personal privilege. Once again, may I respectfully ask that we call a recess?
We can call a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Hold on, we're taking a 5-minute recess to get it regrouped. Hold on for me.
No.
We're gonna end this. If we're asking, if you're going to, please have a seat. Have a seat, please. Attorney Spence, you may continue.
I'd like to move to adjourn the meeting.
Attorney
Madam
Spence,
Chair.
you may continue.
Based on our review of the facts, we established that with respect to the 3 allegations that appear in the termination resolution, that Dr. Feagins violated her employment contract no less than 8 times and deviated from board policy on at least 9 separate occasions. We also concluded that with respect to Dr. Feagins' candor and truthfulness, it was absent. Dr. Feagins, in responding to the allegations in the termination resolution, exhibited a pattern of untruthful statements Those are our findings. And those findings appear in this report, which we provided to the board. And I'm available for questions.
Where's our parliamentarian? Chair, Dr. Schultz, I move to adjourn this meeting. What is the status of that? Chair, Dr. Schultz, I will suspend that. I wanted to end this, but it is now that you have ended his report, I recall my suspension of the meeting.
You lied.
Commissioner McKinney. Commissioner McKinney, Commissioner McKissick, Commissioner Hewitt Garcia. If, please, you all, camera's gonna have to move over so people that are can see. Please don't stand in front of people. If you're standing, please have a seat.
Point of order, where are we on? Which one?
We'll wait. If you have questions for council, that's where we are. If you have a question for the council at this point, you turn your light off, Commissioner McKinney. Okay. Commissioner McKissick.
No question for the council. I'm just waiting to comment.
Very well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now, any board member that has a comment or a question? Well, a comment, no questions.
Can I speak now, Chair? That's what my light was on for. Yes, I'd like to speak on the report.
Okay, you're up.
Thank you. And just officially for the record, just want to share what I think of this report. This report was handed to the board, or at least to some members of the board, just barely an hour before our meetings began. A report that's as thick as a phone book, for those who remember that. And there's no way for me to review all of that copy in that time. But what I can tell you of those policy violations, whatever rules or that supposedly were broken, 9 policies, I believe it was mentioned. There are 200 policies. So 9 out of 200 is what we're talking about here. And to address the other allegations brought forth, we keep talking about a $45,000 check. $45,000 out of $1.8 billion. And it's not like it was deposited into her personal account. Just as there was an error earlier this evening regarding enrollment numbers, a clerical error. That's what we're talking about here. So the violations, and we keep talking about like the board. No, it is not the entire board. The communication has been wide open for as much as I can recall. I'm addressing the points that were brought up throughout this so-called report. Board members across the state are looking at this. We are grasping at straws here. No one is infallible. You've heard the community speak about no one expects the superintendent to be perfect. Nobody is perfect. This board in and of itself may very well have violated policies and state laws, namely the Sunshine Law. Also, in terms of violating policies, there are some members of this board who've come in and haven't even had their new board member orientation mandated by the state. That happens next week. So to come onto the board and make allegations, and you yourself don't have all the aptitude to really do this job, no matter how much expertise you may think you bring. There is much to always learn that only time can give, but certainly, bare minimum, the board member orientation. This community has been through emotional trauma over the last month plus. I will continue my comments. Please give me a warning when I have my remaining time, Dr. Schultz. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Murphy.
I move to the previous question.
Commissioner McKinney.
I would like to suggest that the board, I'd like to make a motion to make this a transparent report and to post it so that the community can see the full report. I'd like to move that we post this full report.
Second.
All in favor? Oh, roll call vote, I'm sorry.
Commissioner McKissick.
Aye, so you can see that it's a sham.
Oh, God. Commissioner Garcia.
Aye.
Commissioner Porter.
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Love.
Aye.
Commissioner McKinney.
Aye.
Commissioner Otay.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Board Chair Coleman.
Aye.
You have 9 in the affirmative.
Thank you, that motion passes. This will become a public document. Give us a couple of days to get all of this scanned in, and it will be online.
Yes, I have one more comment. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner McKissick, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding this report and uploading it and letting the public see it within the next few days, that is emblematic of this entire process. It has been completely off. It will be a moot point in a few days if a vote's taken tonight. So I just want to say that for the record. This report, it was supposed to be delivered in a neutral manner, just simply stating the facts without all the Perry Mason editorializing. And it's clear from some of the questions in the private meeting that some board members had access to this information prior. By the way the questions were being asked, that was my observation, in some form or fashion. So that's just want to say that regarding this report that was delivered. I believe the superintendent was told that her attorney could not be present to respond. Thank you to the public for coming out to hear about the report. You can go online in a few days and read it. But we're going to move forward with this meeting tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Hewitt Garcia.
Thank you for Board Member McKissick articulating what I meant by my sign. What we expected was reading the executive summary, and I've been, I think of as counsel in general, any counsel, to be fairly presenting fact. There was a clear point of view. I feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed to sit up here. board members, this is not a trial. The substitute amendment I plan to introduce on the next item on the agenda is really, do you still want to work with Dr. Feagins? And the question is, if you're incapable of making progress with adults, why should we trust you to make decisions for the progress of our kids? You will have to live with and accept the consequences of the decision tonight. The public is watching. They've made that very clear. But I have additional remarks I want to share before I introduce my resolution. But I can tell there is one colleague up here who knows better. I can see the stress. I see the faith that she is weighing. And I've got your back if you want to be on the right side of history. That's all.
Okay, 6.2, resolution terminating employment contract. She's getting ready to do her. Yeah, the motion is now. The Commissioner Huey Garcia, I'm sorry.
Point of information or order. Is it already on the floor? Is the motion for the resolution terminating employment contract already on the floor? It is on the floor, so it's been.
It was moved and seconded at the meeting in December.
Okay, call for the question. I can't.
Yeah, she gave me the floor.
Commissioner Huey Garcia.
Board Member McKissick would like to make a comment, and then I will go.
No, you can't.
You can't do it? Okay. Okay. I move to amend by substitution with the following language, of which you all have copies in front of you, titled Substitute Amendment to Resolution Terminating Employment Contract. But before that, I want to address the public directly. Thank you for showing up and taking a stand. I remain steadfast in my position. Tonight, like the night of December 17th, I believe there are 5 colleagues who initially set out to terminate Dr. Feagins that may still do so tonight. Still, I will not surrender my optimism or hope. Your vote is your position tonight. But I also want to share something deeply concerning. I have knowledge of a drafted bill that, while primarily intended for Memphis-Shelby County schools, could have significant statewide implications on school boards. And let me be clear, I believe Nashville is using this as an opportunity, not an excuse. I know what happens in Nashville is not a direct consequence of whatever happens tonight, but it will inform the severity of their response. I don't, and none of us should favor diluting this elected board with individuals not chosen by our constituents or allow them to gain control of our facilities and beyond. We've seen state intervention before in the Achievement School District, and we know the results. It has not benefited our students or families, nor improved educational outcomes. Yet, even as we understand this history, I take no solace in any future ability to say, I told you so, or look what happened. There's no world where I am successful as a board member and my colleagues fail, because we all bear the repercussions of the decisions that we make tonight, and our kids do too. I'm urging you to take a different path tonight. I'm asking you to support my version of this resolution. Together, let's do the hard work required to ensure stability of our district, and let's give Dr. Feagins more time. And let's demonstrate to our community and beyond that we are willing to defend our autonomy. This is our chance to act decisively in favor of what is best for our students and what our teachers want, and for Memphis-Shelby County Schools. I will read my resolution. Is it okay? Okay. Substitute amendment to resolution terminating employment contract. Whereas the board considered the resolution terminating employment contract at the special call meeting on December 17th, 2024, this resolution serves as a blanket substitute amendment to be referred to as Resolution to Retain Superintendent Dr. Marie Feagins. And whereas Superintendent Dr. Marie Feagins has served Memphis-Shelby County Schools for the past 8 months, garnering and maintaining overwhelming community support since the 18-month search process, and during a time of continued challenges and transformation for the 110,000 plus students seeking an education for success in learning, leadership, and life. And whereas Dr. Feagins has made difficult decisions set in motion before her arrival in April 2024 to restructure the district's administrative offices, reallocating resources to prioritize students in classrooms while ensuring fiscal responsibility, efficiency, and continued use and strengthening of data on MSCS's 3 priorities: strengthening literacy, recruiting and retaining the best talent, and creating rigorous, equitable academic choices to ensure students are prepared for the global workforce. And whereas both this board and superintendent have professional standards for their roles through professional organizations and an internal MSCS policy, which should guide the board and superintendent on a critical analysis of the needed professional development and continuous improvement that is done together and separately, including 1, TCA 492203A 15A requires the board to conduct performance evaluations for superintendents fairly, transparently, and with evidence-based criteria, ensuring decisions are rooted in accountability and the best interest of students and the community. 2, the School Superintendents Association names 12 standards of the educational leader, including maintains the standards and seeks to improve the effectiveness of the profession through research and continuing professional development. 3, Memphis-Shelby County Schools Policy 1013, Superintendent Code of Ethics states, I will endeavor to fairly represent the entire educational community under the auspices of Shelby County Schools at all times. 4, the Tennessee School Board Association's board member code of conduct includes but is not limited to relations with the director of schools or superintendent, which states, I will hold the director of schools or superintendent accountable for working with staff and requiring them to work within the framework of policy set up by the board. 5, the Center for Public Education's 8 characteristics of an effective school board includes effective school boards are accountability driven, spending less time on operational issues and more time on policies to improve student achievement. 6, Memphis-Shelby County Schools Policy 0004, Board Officers and Duties, describes the statutory and additional duties of the chair, including 1, confer with the superintendent on crucial matters, which may occur between board meetings and subsequently inform the board, and 2, bring before the board such matters that may require the attention of the board. Whereas the board has the opportunity to demonstrate strong governance and communicate the desired improvements to Superintendent Dr. Marie Feagins so that she may have additional time to remedy the root issues outlined in the prior resolution calling for termination. Upon the examination of the resolution and the public comments, it's proposed the following topics be addressed, outlined, and their progress reported on. 1, stronger internal controls. Dr. Feagins must continue to use the Tennessee Comptroller Internal Control and Compliance Manual and School Support Organizations Procedurals Manual to audit, improve, and strengthen all Memphis-Shelby County Schools' internal controls, including but not limited to enhanced staff training, adhering to the grant management process, including deadlines and RFPs, evaluating employees who work excessive overtime to address workload pressure, and implementing robust donation acceptance processes and controls. The superintendent must continue to address the areas outlined in the prior termination resolution, bring additional recommendations for areas of focus and outline the necessary additional resources, if any, to the board, such as the need for any additional headcount. 2, communication improvement. As stated in Dr. Feagins' contract, the board and superintendent must establish and follow a communication protocol. 3, human capital analysis. Dr. Feagins will continue the analysis of MSCS's human capital needs using the district's priorities to ultimately increase student achievement. This includes completing a compensation analysis and a review of the credentials and skills of those executing the work against the evolving changes of the district. 4, board governance training. The board must complete all required training described in the State Board of Education rules and regulations and engage with a reputable third-party organization such as the Tennessee School Board Association for an assessment of needs, and must engage in additional ongoing professional development topics such as governance, policy, budgeting, or other key leadership needs. Whereas the Memphis-Shelby County School Board will examine the performance of Dr. Feagins, raising any concerns for public discussion, encouraging the collective ownership of our path forward. And whereas the Memphis-Shelby County School Board supports additional time for Superintendent Dr. Feagins to lead MSCS in addressing the district's needs and achieving academic progress for our students and schools. Be it therefore resolved that the Memphis-Shelby County School Board and the public will receive monthly updates on the progress of the improvements outlined in this resolution during the superintendent's report starting no later than the February 2025 board business meeting. Be it therefore resolved that the Superintendent Dr. Marie Feagins will present any budget considerations for initial resources needed to implement the improvements, if any, named in this resolution at the board budget retreat on February 21st, 2025, with the complete list of needs for consideration by the end of the fiscal year on June 30th, 2025. Be it therefore resolved that the Memphis-Shelby County School Board Chair will present monthly updates on the progress of the improvements outlined in this resolution during the Chair's report, starting no later than February 2025 board business meeting. Be it therefore resolved that the Memphis-Shelby County School Board Chair must share the board plan for continued professional development with the public before their scheduled 2025-2026 school year budget presentation to the Shelby County Board of Commissioners. Be it therefore resolved that the Chair of the Memphis-Shelby County School Board should present any budget considerations for initial resources needed to implement the improvements, if any, named in this resolution at the board budget retreat on February 21st, 2025, with the complete list of needs for consideration by the end of the fiscal year on June 30th, 2025. Be it therefore resolved that a copy of this resolution shall be transmitted to the Tennessee Department of Education and the public to affirm the board's support of additional time for Superintendent Dr. Marie Feagins and its commitment to stability and progress in the district. January 21st, 2025. Amber Hewitt Garcia.
May I have a second for the motion to amend?
I'd like to second that, please.
Okay. Well, now we're in the hands of Dr. Schultz.
Handling a resolution and a substitute to a resolution is a little complicated. So without objection, I'm going to try and lead you through this thing. Madam Chairman, if at any time you want it back, you just take it. Resolutions are divided into two parts. There is a preamble and there is a resolution. The preamble is all the whereas statements. They don't have a great deal of significance. The meat of a resolution is in the resolving statements. The way this process works in the amending is we try to perfect the two documents. Perfecting means to amend them in some way to bring them together. You have two items before you. They are quite different. What I will do is I will open up the original one first, and I'm only working on the resolve section, not the preamble section. Go to the resolve section, and the question now is, would you like to make any amendments, now that you see what the two are, would you like to make any amendments in perfecting the original one? And the amendments would be to clarify better language. It would be to adjust the language to get more votes, to get it closer to the substitute. And I'm going to open the floor now for anyone who would like to make amendments to the original language.
Point of order, to the original language of the original motion for termination, or this particular motion that's on the floor?
What's up right now is perfecting the resolution terminating employment contract, your original one.
Dr. Schultz, if I
Yes.
may. So does this substitute amendment, which took into consideration the original resolution, does this not count as the tightening up of the language?
What's going on here is if you want to change anything in the original resolution, this is your moment. Next, I will go to the amendment, which is referred to as substitute amendment to resolution terminating employment contract, and I will allow you to make any amendments to that. If you do make amendments to it, then I will open both of them up when you're done making any amendments, and you don't have to make any amendments. I'll open them both up if there's anything in the whereases that you want to do. Because if you change something in the resolve part, it might impact something above it. Somehow I doubt that's going to happen, but this is the process, and we'll just walk through the process. Right now, what is available to you is a resolution terminating employment contract. Would anyone like to move perfecting language for that document? Since no one is, we will now move to the substitute amendment. Would anyone like to amend the substitute amendment? Any language in that? It appears not. Both documents are open if you would like to amend any of the other sections, the whereas sections. It appears not. Now we're at the point of deciding which one you want. You're going to vote as to which one you want as your main motion. Currently, the main motion is a resolution terminating employment contract. You have an amendment suggested, which is your substitute amendment. The question is, do you wish to amend by substitution? Vote yes if you would like the substitute amendment to become the main motion. Vote no if you would like the original resolution terminating employment contract to remain as the main motion. Are there any questions?
There's always questions, Dr. Schultz. If you could clarify that, and is there any opportunity to make comment regarding it beyond just changing the language?
Absolutely.
All right. May I do that now, sir?
Actually, what's before you right now, since no one wanted to modify any of the language, what's before you right now is the substitute amendment. If you would like to speak to the substitute amendment, this is your moment for debate.
Thank you, Dr. Schultz, for the clarification. Board Chair, to my colleagues, first I want to apologize for raising the temperature regarding this very difficult situation. And I'm again going to go back to the center of where I know that we all care for children. We all care for this community. I ask that we listen to our community. They have spoken so clearly, so eloquently tonight. I can't do any more than what they have already done. But I just want to point out that if this is for the children, what are we telling our children? That no, we can't come to some resolution? No, we don't know how to settle our conflicts? No, we don't know how to get along? That's not the message we want to send to our children. I want to co-sign on to this substitute amendment resolution because it is fair and balanced. It acknowledges the fact that perhaps you don't have the same level of communication interaction with the superintendent. I want to work with you to ensure that that does happen. We can hit the reset button on all of this. We absolutely can do this together. We don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So please consider that. And whereas I have tried to be conciliatory, to say, I understand that you've got concerns that perhaps I don't share, I just haven't heard the reverse. I've heard no one say, well, you know what, let me reconsider that. Well, maybe there's something, maybe we got off on the wrong foot. Maybe it's because Michelle was a part of the board that hired the superintendent. That's why she has a different perspective. So let me take a look at that. And to my veteran board members, the chair and the vice chair, you were at the helm of the superintendent search during all of its bumps and bruises and restarts. Please, let's honor that work. It just doesn't make sense. We have new teachers who are given more latitude than we're giving the superintendent. New teachers have 3 years where they can figure things out. It's not too much to say, let's listen to our community. They are begging us just to listen to them. We don't always get everything right. Clearly, yes, there's something that needs to be improved. But we can do this together. I wrote an open letter to you where I said, quoting Dr. King, to have a tough mind and a tender heart, it takes both of those to lead. Yes, we've had some tough issues here, but find that tender heart to listen to the community, to listen to children. It is overwhelming. They don't want this. They want us to work together to move beyond this. Thank you.
Commissioner McKinney.
Call for the question.
Commissioner
That
Murphy.
requires a second.
Second.
This is moving the previous question, which would close debate, stop amendment process, and vote immediately on which document you want. Again, if you vote yes, you are voting to substitute. Oh, excuse me, we haven't done this yet. This takes a 2/3 vote of those present in voting in order to stop debate.
Roll call vote to stop the debate.
Vote yes to stop debate and vote immediately on the substitution. Vote no if you don't wish to do that, but it will take 2/3 in the affirmative to stop debate and vote immediately. Voting yes closes debate, and we would vote immediately on whether to substitute.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner McKissick,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Love,
Yes.
Commissioner McKinney,
Yes.
Commissioner Otey,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams, Board Chair Coleman. You have 9 in the affirmative.
That motion passes.
The question is now on the motion to substitute. Vote yes if you want the substitute amendment to become the main motion. Vote no if you would like the resolution terminating employment to remain as the main motion. No, you were voting to close debate.
Oh, vote to close debate. Gotcha. Repeat that again.
Vote yes. This is the question before you is on the amendment. The motion is to amend by substitution. Vote yes if you would like the substitute amendment to become the main motion. Vote no if you would like to retain resolution terminating employment contract to remain as the main motion. Everybody okay? This will take 5 votes to be, yes, 5 votes to be adopted. I will remind the members how to vote on this kind of thing. You have 4 things that you can say. You can say yes, or something like that, yay or whatever. You can say no or nay. You can pass if you're not ready to vote, but you would like to have the secretary come around again and ask you again. You can also vote present, which means that you are not voting at this time, but you would like to be marked as present during the vote.
Roll call vote.
Commissioner McKissick,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
No.
Commissioner Love,
No.
Commissioner McKinney,
No.
Commissioner Otay,
Pass.
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Otay,
No.
Board Chair Coleman.
No.
You have 3 in the affirmative and you have 6 nays.
The motion is lost.
What is before you now is a resolution terminating the employment contract.
Commissioner McKinney.
It is open for debate.
Call for the question.
That's moving the previous question. Again, it will require a second and a 2/3 vote to stop debate and vote immediately.
Chair?
I second.
This is not debatable. Go ahead and roll call. Again, it will take a 2/3.
Chair, Dr. Schultz, if I may, can you please clarify why we are closing the debate at this point? Because we have not heard from the nays. And I'm really, I think the public would want to hear, I want to hear from the perspective we haven't heard.
From the parliamentary perspective, the member was recognized, and she has the right to make that motion. I cannot tell you what her thoughts were on that, but it is legal for her to do that.
Thank you, Dr. Schultz.
Let's go.
Vote yes if you want to close debate and vote immediately. Vote no if you would like more debate on this issue.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner McKissick,
No.
Commissioner Garcia,
No.
Commissioner Porter,
No.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Love,
Yes.
Commissioner McKinney,
Yes.
Commissioner Otay,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams, Board Chair Coleman.
Yes.
You have 6 in the affirmative and 3 nays.
There
That
being-
motion.
Yeah, there being 3 in the negative and 6 in the affirmative, it does reach the 2/3 threshold, and debate is closed, and you will be voting immediately on the resolution terminating the employment contract. Yeah. Voting yes on this means you are in support of the resolution terminating the employment contract. Voting no, you are opposed to it. It will take 5 affirmative votes to adopt.
Point of privilege. As the resolution chairperson, I would like to vote first, please. Can I do that?
You're in charge of the meeting.
Which one?
Talk to the person doing the roll call and tell her what your vote is now.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Board Chair Coleman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKissick,
No.
Commissioner Garcia,
No.
Commissioner Porter,
No.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Love,
Yes.
Commissioner McKinney,
Yes.
Commissioner Otay,
Pass.
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Williams,
That's it. Turn your mic on.
Commissioner Otay,
Yes. No, I'm sorry.
That motion passes. This meeting is a.
Okay. Commissioner Otay, would you repeat your vote?
Yes.
Have 3 nays.
There being a majority in the affirmative, the resolution is adopted.
Even if she had said no, she was still.
The resolution is adopted. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.
And I want you to be here to see it play all the way out.
I know it's really important, Michelle. Bear with us. Okay?
Thank you. Bear with us and let it play all the way out in all of its ugliness and all of its injustice. Yeah. Let's just settle this tonight so that we can go on to chapter 2.
Yeah. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Y'all, let's listen to Michelle. Let's let this play out. Let's hear the red rope. Security, we need to see. You're not seeing that. What y'all doing? I don't know. We can't even see.
As a point of interest, we know that we need some governance done, and I have had the privilege for the last couple of days of speaking with someone that I know can help us get to a point where we need to be. And I am proud to announce that.
superintendent?
I am proud to announce that our very own Dr. Willie Harrison has agreed to help us, help this board. So I just want to take the time to say thank you, Dr. Harrison, for your support. Thank you for being willing to work with us. Now we're
Even though you wasn't
Board
willing to work
Member
out.
Chair, with all due respect, I'm a huge admirer of Dr. Harrington, but you cannot make a unilateral decision like that without including the entire board. I'm hearing this for the first time. This is unacceptable. There should be other names and other boards. He was my superintendent.
Y'all won't wait. Y'all won't wait. No, you sit there and talk. You do not.
I'm not hollering.
Talk, Michelle. Talk, Michelle.
This is wild, man. Wow. This is wild.
They have
Also,
nothing to do
when
with
you talk about policies and procedures, protocol, you cannot announce that Dr. Harrington is going to be one to shepherd this process. I'd love to be part of that.
Yes, you did.
We're now on to the name of interim superintendent. May I have nominations? If anybody has a nomination.
Dr. Fagan.
Why you rubbing your head?
Dr. Watson Richmond has been brought to the forefront.
I knew it. I knew it.
We knew she riding. This is wild. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, Lord.
Are there any other nominations?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Highly unusual, but I'm not sure. This is the board.
This is wild.
Point of order. So we're asking Mr. Ryan Richmond and Angela Whitelaw to accept.
They had some
I know you do. Dr. Fagan, they cut you, baby. They beat you. Sue the hell out of them. Sue them for me. Sue them.
Man, we don't red bag. Hey, brother, all us in the light, man, don't put us all in that boat.
Yes, we can. We can put all y'all in that boat.
I'm not with that. No, I'm not with that.
Come on now. You better put somebody over.
They gonna reap what they sow. That's all we can rely on now.
Every news station come see me.
Thank you, Board Member Coleman, Chair Coleman. First of all,
I don't even like the meeting, but come see me after the meeting.
Board Member Garcia, Board Member McKissick, here today. Congratulations and honored for your recognition of our work across the district for the last 3 years. Moving addition to level 5. But right now, as we lead into this next phase, to be considered for this role is an honor. And I sincerely appreciate your confidence in my abilities and where I stand. While I am pleased to have been recognized tonight, I also recognize this is not a time for division. We cannot, as a district, we cannot, as a community. So therefore, I've made this difficult decision. While my goal is to be superintendent, my decision tonight is to withdraw my name from consideration. I remain committed to the success of Memphis-Shelby County School Board.
Come see me, I got a story for you outside.
To serve my students and commitment.
Play.
Where I will follow the
Play. Baby, I don't care. Play.
Excuse me, you guys.
Derek.
Derek, right now, right here. We got you.
Do not leave. Don't leave.
Wait, back up, everybody, back up.
Head up. Let me look. Keep your head up. Don't no news station go see Rod Reed.
We love you. We love you.
Derek.
That's how you do that. Breathe deep and stuff. Derek. What's over here?
Back up.
What's the next step? Superintendent. Hold on.
Come on out the way, Mama.
He's my photog.
That's fine. You don't get behind.
Okay, come on, Derek. Can you, Mr. Scott, can he go in front of you?
Sure.
Briefly. Come on, Derek.
Hey, buddy.
Excuse me.
Come on, Sunshine.
Okay, and you can dip right here.
Dip right there.
Dip
No,
right
no,
here.
no. Actually, the spot is right here.
Okay. I got you.
Hey,
Whoa. Hey, let them back up. Let them breathe. Hey, give her space, please. Give her a space.
I understand.
All right.
Dr. Feagins.
Superintendent.
If this be the last message that you have to your students, what would you say? This is not the last message, but I do want everyone to stay encouraged, stay optimistic, keep using your voices, keep showing up. This is not the end, but stay focused on the main thing, and that has been the main thing, which is your future what is most important for you, the type of educational experience that you have. We've done some great work, and I believe that great work will continue.
Superintendent, they stated that the board did not allow you to have your attorney here today. Is there a reason why?
I think I'll defer that question. I think I've been very clear about next steps for me if this were to be the outcome, and I plan to pursue those fully.
Superintendent, the attorney today was talking about facts. But you had a 14-page paper. How can the people decipher between the facts and what's real and how it happened? Like, how can we decipher through that?
I think there's a lot that it still remains, right? And so if this proceeds further, then I'll handle it from there.
How do you feel about this process so far, learning about the termination to now? How do you sum up this process?
I think this is exactly the opposite of what you desire to see in any organization. I think this is exactly the opposite of what we expect from our kids and from our staff. I think this is exactly the opposite of what an educational institution stands for. I believe that many members of the board chose chaos over children, and it looks like they've chosen litigation over leadership, and so I'll see them in court. No further questions.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Kim, y'all have to come on, go. Stay over there. Can we do that? It's over there.
Put your mic on for it. Come on. 24.
Because this is not over. Clearly it's not over. Dr. Feagins has indicated that her personal fight will continue. As a board member, I'm still going to stand up for what's best for children. And the state has indicated that they have an obligation to respond to the chaos that we've experienced tonight over the last 6 weeks. So that is chapter 2. The fight is not over.
Do you welcome that, or would it be?
I don't welcome it. I don't welcome it. I spoke with Representative Mark White. He didn't welcome it when we spoke earlier today. We wanted the board members to listen to the community, to be reasonable, to vote for a resolution that was fair and balanced that my colleague, Emerhio Garcia, introduced. That was fair. We didn't say things were perfect.
When did you get the report? It was read that Robert's going to tell you.
So we got the report about an hour before our 5:30 meeting started. It was this thick, and the executive summary barely covered anything, and there was no time to really review it. It would need a whole weekend to go through it all.
How does an interim superintendent govern, or what can possibly come of this that's productive? What does one tell the students, the teachers? What do you say?
I think people are paying attention now at the local level that you have to vote all the way down the ballot. You have to show up. You have to research the candidates and the people who are representing you on the board. Because it wasn't about the two of us being right. It was about doing the right thing and being a voice of reason. And the continued decision-making and even suggestions that they have the discernment of what good leadership training is.
And this is the first time we're hearing it, that's a problem. That is a problem. And to not realize this is going to impact potentially boards across the state. We don't know exactly how the state's going to respond to this, but Representative Mark White told me today that the state has an obligation. When they're receiving $900 million for TISA funding, they have to respond to this. They can't just look the other way. When the community is crying out for them to be listened to, and they completely were ignored tonight.
Commissioner McKenzie, quick question before we go to you, Ms. Garcia. How do you feel about this new appointment with Dr. Richmond? I know you voted in favor of Dr. Whitelaw. So my question would be, what is your feelings on this new appointment?
As a board member, I am going to work with whomever is at the helm of this district because that is what I was elected to do. So that is what I will do. But I wanted to send a message by being present. No, nothing against Dr. Richmond, but the process has not been fair. So that's why I could not vote yes for him tonight. Thank you.
I think it was the same question.
Oh no, this is a question for you. I know you spoke out about Dr. Harrington, about the recent appointment of him being a shepherdess or a leader of this event, leading us forward. So what is your feelings on that?
I think we need professional third-party organizations to analyze the real dysfunction that the public has seen on full display. We need active governance training from we need a new perspective. And something I didn't share on stage tonight is I have a member of the community said no matter what happens tonight, your governance training the cost should not be a barrier. They will cover it. A private donor is willing to cover whatever professional organization the board needs to get the training that it deserves. That means coaching. That means national organizations, watching other boards that function well, real-time coaching on policy. This is not just sitting down with a PowerPoint. I'm talking about what has been done. We need deep development.
And I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to State Representative Justin Pearson, all of our elected officials for coming out tonight. It's important to realize that this is not operating in a silo. This isn't just about the school board and the superintendent. Everything impacts everything else. Education is at the center for all of our success, for our city, for our county, for our state. So that's why it's so important and critical for elected officials like Representative Pearson, who's still here tonight, to show support for the process, for the people. This is not about Dr. Feagins. Yes, I want to support her. She's done an outstanding job. But I'm saying that this has been a travesty since the beginning. And to say that decisions weren't made, I mean, there were literal backroom meetings just at the end of the last meeting where they were coming out of the back room with the board hired attorney. I had to beg to meet with the board hired attorney. So there is so much they talk about that people don't know what's going on. Oh, I could tell you about some things that people don't know what's going on with this board. I have lost complete confidence in them.
You know, it's almost 2 years of buying Feagins. We got another roller coaster like that coming up.
Who would work for us?
What was that?
Who would work for us? No. I think there'll be a local search or someone internal, because right now, who would apply for this job?
What could you do differently next time so the result isn't the same?
I think you have to talk to those who voted in favor of this termination. Yeah. Because, you know, board member Hewitt Garcia and I have tried to be as transparent as possible. We have tried to reach out to our board members. We've had phone conferences, coffee meetings saying, help us explain. She asked them, what would you want to change about our resolution? Nothing. There was no...
I did not get one piece of feedback. I didn't get a single piece of feedback. I called everyone, said, you don't have to tell, we're not talking about how you want to vote. Is there anything that I can do to bring the best version of this substitute amendment on Tuesday night? And I got zero feedback across the board. They had no thoughts.
Was she fired with or without cause?
I'm sure the board members who voted to terminate her, that was the resolution that she was being terminated with cause, so they believe that it's with cause. And so I won't speak more to that. That now is in a legal arena, and so Dr. Feagins will address that with her attorney.
What can you tell us about Roderick Richmond?
I don't know a lot about him personally. I know that he's worked for the district a long time. That's all that I do know.
Was he always kind of teed up for this, or when was this decision made that he would be the interim?
I believe this decision was made at the same time. We knew we had a quorum on December 17th. But the reason I put Dr. Angela Whitelaw's name out there is because she was a top 5 finalist in the last superintendent search. I still had my rubric. I knew how I rated her. I have confidence. And our teachers actually preferred, in our survey, it was communicated that that's who they wanted in that role, and that's why I wanted to nominate her. But I do commend her for trying to have a united vote in the end, and hopefully there is some sort of process. I think tonight will be one of the worst decisions Memphis-Shelby County School Board has ever made, and we will pay for it for a decade.
I have to echo my colleague that I don't think they thought the state was serious when they said that they were going to step in. There is plenty of proof of it. It happened in Houston, Texas. It happened right in Nashville at Tennessee State University. And I was told today that it is their obligation to respond. The level of inflexibility, of not listening to the community, I am heartsick over this.
Commissioner McKissick or Commissioner could you guys kind of speak to what you might expect to see out of the state in the coming weeks? I mean, obviously they're going to be in special session, but, you know...
I think we already know House Bill 92 has been filed for recall efforts. Do you think? I believe there is an appetite to appoint one or more board members to school districts with priority schools. That's the language that I have heard. But what are the parameters, how long it lasts? I think they're determining all of that over the next few weeks, and I think the decision tonight is going to make it more severe. So I believe that they'll be appointing additional board members, not just in Memphis-Shelby.
You'd expect those to be handpicked by the General Assembly?
That I don't know. I don't have any insights into the process. It's all triangulation and rumor at this point, but.
And I know that whatever's decided, it's not just Memphis-Shelby County Schools. I've heard from board members from Arlington Community Schools. They're all concerned across the state about what this is going to mean, how it will impact their school districts. So I just hate that my fellow board members were so short-sighted and did not think about all the aspects of what this vote could mean tonight. Or perhaps they did, they just don't care. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Lydia's going to